Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The 1-1. This ball is popped up into shallow center field. Simeon out, Tavares in. Simeon has it, and that'll do it. Kirby Yates has a 1-2-3 bottom of the ninth. He notches his first save of the season, and the Rangers record their first shutout victory in 2024. 1-0 the final.
And that is how we start the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. Good morning, Metroplex, here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I was waiting for disaster to strike. Oh, yeah. Where's the insurance run? Something's going to happen. We got a little new different look in the bullpen with the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th. But the Rangers escape with the 1-0 victory over the Tigers.
Yeah, you don't see too many one-zip games in Major League Baseball today. It just doesn't happen like it may have happened decades ago. That's just the world we're in. So when you see that, it's a little different. It's a little interesting. I like those kind of games. You know, not necessarily this one in particular. This wasn't necessarily elite pitching. This was some mid offense. Maybe some base running miscues or conservative base running and conservative decisions by the third base coach in this one.
Okay, you talking about the ball to right field?
Yeah, where I think most people agree Heim could have made it.
I agree with Bassick. I think it was a tough call for Beasley. Tough call.
And that's why Bassick's the pitcher.
Would have been bang, bang. You thought that was a no-doubt send.
Yeah,
and they kept the bases loaded, no outs for Simeon.
That's the thing. Like that's the one part is that you have bases loaded, nobody out, right? And you're the top of the order up. But that ball was a good 20 feet from any player when he was 2 steps away from third. So that guy, the second baseman, had to continue to run at it, get it, turn, and fire.
Plus, Heim is a runner.
Yeah, Heim is not the fastest guy, but he's also not Steve Balboni out there. I don't know. I think he could have made it dang near standing up, but I understand the situation, right? You know, you don't want if you don't know for sure that they can make it standing up, don't send them. They wind up getting the one run out of it. That's it on the double play on the fielder's choice turned out to be, and then the double play in the next play.
Michael Lorenzen pitched 5 spotless innings, along with the 3 relievers combining for the 5-hit shutout. Lorenzen, 1 year, $4.5 million contract. Late in spring training, gave up 3 hits, walked 5, 4 strikeouts against his former team, who he represented last year at the All-Star game before he was traded to Filthy.
Yeah, he, it was a good little spot start, or a good little start for him, I should say. Not even a spot start, just a good start for him because he'll be there for a while now. That was nice to see. They needed it. Their starting pitcher did not give them a ton in Houston. Did not give them a ton of innings. I think we started to give them less than just a third of an inning less than 15 innings in the Houston series, which is not good for a 3-game set. That's killing your bullpen. So for him to go out there and he didn't pitch deep into the game. Not only he went 7, but he did put them in a position to win. And anytime you allow 0 runs, even if it's only 3 innings, it's a good thing.
Rangers had bases loaded. They only got 1 top of the 5th and bottom of the 5th. The Tigers had bases loaded, 1 out, and the Rangers get out of it with a double play. So a much-needed victory to improve to over 500 with a record of 9-8. And then it's going to be all-day baseball. 11:30 pregame today. First pitch at 12:10 right here on The Fan.
Yep, they are getting these northern games out of the way where you can get a little bit of sun and keep it warm, and that's good. That's very good because it can get cold up there in Detroit at night. But yeah, day baseball. I like day baseball. I know the KNC Masterpiece loves day baseball.
Yes, 12:10 first pitches for the next 3 games. And then you go to Atlanta. First pitch at 6:20.
How about the 5:30 start last night? That awesome. Game was over by 8 o'clock.
I can plan a show to watch afterwards.
Yeah.
Although I can't plan anything to watch because my child is... It was more difficult putting this kid in a crib. No, it was more difficult putting him in his brand new bed, his big boy bed to start sleeping, than it was putting him into a crib. Because now he's like so much more aware. So every night I'll wake up at like 3:30. I'll tap on over for the wife on the right side, and she is missing. She is gone, as I know that he is woken up, stirred, cried for her. So she, 8 months pregnant, is figuring out a way to sleep in the little kid's bed upstairs.
Oh.
Because he just won't settle. Sucks.
Yeah, it's a new house, new fears. Do you have any house noises, house sounds yet?
They're copperheads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
No, there's no, but
no house sound.
But the biggest nightmare that could ever happen to me is happening in this house. The warmest rooms are my bedroom and his bedroom. You walk out into the living room, it's freezing cold. Not freezing cold in my room. It's not freezing cold in his room. So that's my biggest nightmare. Yeah, not good. Now, it could have something to do with the HVAC problems already. And the leaky ceiling. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Tolo Steve, he tracked him down with the inspection report.
The what I did with ours, because I had the same problem, like my room was getting hot. I went and the
other vents.
The vents in the other rooms I closed.
I was on the ladder yesterday.
Yeah, buddy.
On the ladder yesterday, but it
didn't work.
Did not make a significant difference.
Is your thermostat in your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
But it controls like the whole downstairs.
Right. Yeah. We'll have something similar to that. Or our room's a little bit different. It's either colder or hotter depending on the time of year.
Pepe, good morning. Did you enjoy the Rangers, and what else did you do last night? Were you able to squeeze in a show or something after the win?
I went straight to the video games, late night video games. I had enough time before bedtime to do that, and that was it. But I mean, with the Rangers, it's just the identity. I have no idea who they are right now. The offense is worrying me. The pitching,
hurt.
yeah, they're hurt. I mean, can we blame the injury bug? Can we use that? I mean, Brock Burke can't really because he self-injured himself. But I don't know. It's a weird team, but first place kinda.
How's the girlfriend reacting to the video games? How's she doing with that?
She's fine. The other day, because we have one TV. It's upstairs, and I've been hogging the TV a lot. You had March Madness all day on that Thursday, Friday. Rangers have been playing every day now. And so the other day, last week, it was like Thursday. I was like, hey, do you just want to here's the remote, take the TV, because I just thought, I was like, man, I've really been hogging that, because she'll just sit there and watch whatever I'm watching. She's fine with sports, but she won't watch it.
Right.
She'll just be on her laptop or TikTok or whatever. I'm like, you just want the remote? And she's like, no, you watch your sports. I know you got to do it for your job and everything. I was like,
nice.
Yeah. But every once in a while I'll just turn on something she likes, just just to even it out, kind of.
So early on, she's fine with you have to watch all the games. You have to watch all the sports.
Yeah, she doesn't. In her mind, she's like, that's weird. You have to watch it every single day. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what I do for a living. Kinda,
yeah.
But I mean, and she knows I love sports, and that's why I'm in this industry, because I really have a passion for it. But she understands. But she'll just sit there, and she's a trooper, though.
So why not the downstairs TV?
Well,
you can get them cheap now.
Yeah, I know, but it's because we'll have to sign in through a DirecTV stream, and I think it's too many, because I share it with my parents, and it's too many devices on there. So if I have it downstairs and upstairs at my house, and they have it on, I think it's a little, I don't know.
You mean shady? They'll cut it off or something?
No. It just if it's too many devices, it'll block you from viewing it. If I'm,
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Explain it to me, because I just got the DirecTV stream.
Okay, so
for 6 TVs in the house.
Yeah, I
didn't think you'd be able to use it. They
on
track
all
the
of them?
IP.
Yeah.
No, in addition to your parents.
Oh,
you can use it in every single device and TV in your house, and not have to pay for extra hookups. But I'm surprised you're allowed to use it. I thought they cracked down on that.
Yeah, that Netflix did. I still have. Yeah, so I think I've got that thing where I have to log out of another account. I think it may be on my phone or maybe on my buddy. I let my buddy use it, my DirecTV. And I think I had to log out of his in order to get more. You can have as many as you want on your own IP address, in your house.
Yeah.
But I think you're only allowed 2 external or 1 external, and I had more than 1.
So you're not paying for cable?
No. So my parents will watch at their house, or my brothers, because they live in DC, and
they're using the parents?
They're all using the parents.
So I could be using yours.
I mean, you could be. Yeah.
I could be using your parents.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, but like if like 3 people are trying to watch at the same time, I think someone gets cut off, or maybe it's like 4, the 4th person gets cut off. It'll say like too many devices are being used, so you won't be able to watch TV until someone else turns off their TV.
I got you.
So I could, get downstairs TV. Everything's upstairs, laundry room, living room, bedroom. So everything's upstairs. We just go upstairs.
That rare home that's using the upstairs more than the downstairs.
Yeah.
Choppy, you do not use the upstairs.
Never, unless we're watching a movie. That's our movie room. We have the big projector up there.
Oh, wow.
We never, but no, my kids will use it to poop upstairs.
Oh,
because they somehow have clogged their toilet.
Clogged it?
Oh yeah, and it's like I need to go.
There's no unclog. You haven't unclogged it.
I need to get that wash. There's a washout area. There's a pipe outside that's got like a square top to it that I've got to unscrew and pound all the toilet paper down.
You can't just use the plunger in the toilet?
It's too close to the washout. It's the very front room. So I don't think it gets the momentum to get down the pipe and around the turn. So
it's like you call it a NASCAR race.
I know. So I've got to. It happens. A lot of people say it happens. A lot of the homes in our neighborhood the way they built it. So I've got to go take care of it. I just haven't had it. So I put a no dumping sign on their toilet. Only pee. Only pee.
Nice.
Yeah.
My girl goes number 1 last night, but that's not what everyone is talking about. It's the cash that she's not going to be making. And OJ's team, what are you doing? What are you doing? And what are you doing, CBS and the Piano Man? That's all next. Tolo Tuesday edition. Brian brought us in studio for over an hour today, starting with the Expressway. Thanks for waking up with us and starting your Tolo Tuesday with the Fan.
Coming up in the next... The Indiana Fever select Caitlin Clark, University of Iowa.
And Bobby goes, oh, gosh, are you really
stunner
opening with this segment, Sharif? Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Roberto Bobby Bell will be joining us at 6 o'clock this morning. Brian Broaddus wants to hop in for Ask Reddit, his favorite segment of the entire show, at 7:40. And then we will have on the draft expert 8 to 9 here on 105.3 The Fan for the NFL Draft, which is going to air on this radio station next Thursday. It's going to be Zach Wilchuk, Broaddus, Belt, everyone over at DallasCowboys.com, and we will be at all the neighboring Pluckers as we each take a location throughout the Metroplex. I will be with Mike Bassick at the Dallas location, and you're going to be where?
I will be with myself at the Alliance, 35W and Heritage Trace.
So the thing that really took over social media, it already has 11 million views in 10 hours. Caitlin Clark's rookie salary and contract with the Indiana Fever. And people are like, oh my goodness. 2024 salary, $76,535. 2025 salary, $78K. She'll make almost $86,000 in 2026. And then there's an option year, 2027, where she will make $97,500.
Hey, listen, that option's big. That's a big jump right there. That's a 10% jump in salary.
Is that her option or the team's option? I don't know.
I assume it's the team option like they would do in the NFL. That's terrible. That's all. What an offer.
76, 78K to start off for Caitlin Clark. The number one pick. What are the others making?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And if you look at it,
where's all the WNBA legends talking to us about how like it should be equal across the board? Like there's a reason. Now corporations are always out to try to screw you and pay you less, but there's a reason, right? That what?
So she gets the same salary as the fourth pick too. They all get the same base salary.
What?
Picks 5 through 8 all earn the same base salary. They earn $3,000 less. So it's a bracket. It's not individual picks. It's bracketed 1 through 4 here, 5 through 8 here.
The fourth pick last night is making the same as Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, it's the way they do because they're not making any money. So
Gotta be equal.
All the rookies are basically making the same.
Wow.
Within a few thousand of each other.
Now some people are like, it doesn't matter. She's making NIL money. She's gonna have advertising money. Yes, it does matter. Yes, it does matter. If I make a good amount of money off advertisements here at the radio station, I still care about my base. I'm not like, nah, go ahead. You can lessen the base. You can keep that number down because I can sit here and have advertisements. No, Caitlin Clark should not be making the number one pick in the NBA draft. I don't think she'd be making $76K unless your books say that that's all you can afford and you should be making $76K. But that's what WNBA players, that's what a lot of people try to fight all the time. Like, why aren't the salaries this and why aren't the facilities that? Well, here's a little small peek as to why.
Yeah, like the I'm looking at this here. WNBA versus the NBA. Now, this was from March of last year. The NBA makes $10 billion in revenue per year. That's not profit. That's revenue. The WNBA makes $60 million as a league.
Yeah.
So, and then that's before salaries and all that stuff. So, I don't think the WNBA actually makes money. Now, they might now.
Well, there's a headline talking about how they're looking to add a 14th team.
They are.
By 2026.
Yeah. Now, their average attendance is 5,679 for the year for each individual game. And that's a problem. That's a problem with the league. So they get now. Their also issue is that in the NBA, if they make $10 billion, that means they pay out $5 billion in salaries. They do a 50-50 split. They don't do that in WNBA. In the $60 million of revenue, only $12 million goes to the players. So that's another problem with the way the league is.
Fanatics sold out of her Indiana jersey in sizes extra small, medium, large, XL, and XXL within an hour.
Oh.
According to Darren Ravel. They're all wiped out. All the jersey sales are gone. And Pepe, were you already checking out Fever, Dallas Wings, ticket prices?
I was just seeing if the Caitlin Clark effect would affect ticket prices, and I'm looking at Dallas Wings games. The Lynx coming to town on June 27th at $37. The Mercury, $63. I scroll down to when the Fever visit the Dallas Wings. Lowest ticket price, $267 right now. The Caitlin Clark effect is in full effect right now.
And the other prices are basically 63, 54, 66, 60, 55, 60 for the Sparks and the Aces and the Sun. And then you get to the Fever and the Wings, $267. So a $200 price jump as of last night with PayPay checking out the prices. $200.
It's a lot. You pay that money? It's a lot of money.
And what if she's on load management? What if she doesn't even play that game?
I don't know what their schedule. They, a lot of them are building different arenas. Not building different arenas. Like Vegas, when they go to Vegas, they're playing in a bigger arena. They're playing in the T-Mobile Center, which is where like the Golden Knights play. I'm sorry, they're either playing there or the Thomas and Mack, where UNLV is, as opposed to the Cox Center next door.
The who?
Cox, like the cable. That's what it used to be called. I don't know if it's still called that, but that's what they. So at the Summer League, NBA Summer League, both these arenas are connected. You could just walk through the concourses to get to the other one. They play in one of them, whereas the next door is the bigger one.
I thought this would just be a New York City outrage, but apparently it's a national one.
It's not
Sunday night.
This got me. This burned me.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because I tried to switch over and I wanted to listen to it or check out a song or two, and I got some crime show.
Yeah.
I was like checking my guide.
Right.
DirecTV stream was messed up.
So this was on
Peyton's parents' account.
Right. This was on Sunday night after the Masters on CBS. They had 60 Minutes and they had some other show. And then the guide says this was supposed to start at like 8 o'clock. Well, it's like 8:10 and I'm with you. It's not on. I'm like, what is going on here? I'm like, let's just check this out. There's nothing else on. I'm like, let me check this thing out. Because I like Billy Joel. I've seen him in concert. He's fantastic. He's fantastic.
At the Garden?
No, I saw him here at the American Airlines Center.
He was good?
Yeah, he was very, very good. And also there, he'll talk, he'll croon with the crowd and everything. But it wasn't on, so I was like, all right, they're running late, I guess, whatever, fine. So I went back to it, and they were on.
Turn it up, Peyton.
And this thing was a really good show. And I'm sitting there, I'm just watching it, and Sarah's like, you're so old. And I'm like, I know, I'm sorry, I'm old. Like, you know these songs, though. She's like, I know. She knows a lot of these songs. Well, at the end of it, it gets close to 10 o'clock, and since it started late, it means it was going to end late. They're in the middle of this song, and then, welcome to the CBS 11 News.
In the middle of this?
In the middle of this song, it goes right to the news. And this was an uproar. So anybody in the Central and Eastern time zone had this thing cut off. And CBS is like, hey, this was a big uproar on social media about this. And CBS comes out with a statement. This was on a timer. We apologize. There's a mix-up. And we are going to re-air this thing in its entirety just for you. I'm like, wait a second, guys. You missed the last song. Just give us the last song. Yeah, we don't need the whole thing over again, but I'll take it. So now they are going to air this over the weekend at 8 o'clock at night on the 20th. On April 20th, it's going to air. So Saturday night.
I wonder what the
rating had to have been.
No, the age demographic listening right now. Who cares about this?
I don't know. Probably not many, but I don't know. I mean, when I went to his show, there was young people there.
Really?
And then watching this on TV, you could see, there's a lot of old people. There's a lot of young people in the crowd. Now, maybe that's because it's in New York. It was at Madison Square Garden. That's kind of his zone.
Peyton's girl would have more of an appreciation for this than you.
Yeah, she went to go see Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks in concert at AT&T Stadium a month ago.
Yeah, he puts on a good show. It's decent music. I mean, it's not the great, it's not the Beatles, but it's good.
We have Mel Kiper's very latest for the Cowboys' top 3 picks. We have Tom Brady's next teams, and Stephon Gilmore is defending his boy around the NFL on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, and Bobby Bell will be joining us after this.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Got the entire morning squad here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, along with Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with the fresh aroma of cauliflower in the air. Is that what that is?
Yeah, it's my
man, we really are. You should appreciate how accepting, especially I have been over 14 years, and Bobby, with the smells that you unleash in here with your morning breakfasts.
This is I know, I appreciate that.
First tuna packs.
Oh, well, I have some of those today.
We've dealt with 6 a.m., 7 a.m. tuna packs, and now cauliflower and broccoli.
No broccoli. I got cauliflower, bell pepper, mushroom, eggs, spinach, and then I put some of the Blanco on it.
Oh, really? You're not mortally offended by Blanco any longer. That's nice.
I was never offended by it. I was offended by the fact that you put it in spaghetti sauce.
Revisionist history,
because I thought it was a different kind of spice. I really enjoy it. Sarah's over it because I put it on everything. So she's like, stop using it. You've ruined this for me. You've ruined it. So she's going with the other stuff that he has, the voodoo, and all the other ones that he uses.
Yeah. Pittman will join us tomorrow.
Yeah.
At 8:20, fresh off Augusta, visiting the Masters.
It's the MSG. I'm a big MSG fan. Big MSG, apparently.
MSG does make everything taste better.
I still don't know what umami is, but I know I love it. I don't know what it is. I still don't. But I love it.
I don't know if
That's what you
I'm
say
sure
to a girl when she's not, ooh, mommy. Oh, God. What?
Umamicita. Umamicita.
Big time dad joke energy for Choppy this morning.
Mel Kiper Jr. with his latest mock draft as we are getting closer. NFL draft coverage next Thursday on this radio station. Brian Broaddus will join us during the Expressway today for an hour plus to preview. Who does the great Mel Kiper have?
Well, with the first pick, shockingly, he has Caleb Williams.
What?
Who would have thought that Caleb Williams would go number one? Quarterbacks of the top three, Jaden Daniels 2.
And Jaden Daniels is pulling away from Drake May as the betting favorite.
Yes.
For number 2, much to Bobby's delight.
Yeah, they're saying that Daniels' calm demeanor in LSU's biggest moments last year gave him confidence to make a smoother transition to the NFL than most rookie passers. Man, I don't know. I thought Michael Penix was clearly the Heisman Trophy winner last year. I thought he got it because of kind of like a situation where there was like nobody else.
It was like the MVP. It's just like how Lamar won it last year. Which is funny because that's his comp. That's Jaden Daniels' comp.
Drake May to the Patriots. Although, New England, there's a lot of New England and J.J. McCarthy. Like, he's had a dinner with them, meetings with them. They seem to be really high on him.
Yeah, I mean, what? Like, you would think that'd be like a Mac Jones pick, wouldn't you? If they were to take J.J. McCarthy,
yeah, another bust. Go ahead,
yeah,
back to back,
taking him right at number 3. I don't buy it. Drake May is going to go ahead of J.J. McCarthy. I still think I'd be very stunned if he didn't. That's overthinking it the same way people started to overthink Herbert, and he got down to 6, where he had been like kind of the presumptive number 1, and then Burrow had his breakout. But everybody's like, well, okay, he'll go like number 2 or whatever, and he ended up going like 6th.
The 2 went ahead of him.
Yeah, which was, I think, still to this day is stupid.
Yeah, I mean, neither one of them has, I don't think, reached their full potential.
Not as a team. He's been very, very good.
Yeah.
And that's who Drake May's comp is Justin
Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
He's big. That's a big arm. J.J. McCarthy 5 on a trade up with the Chargers to Minnesota. So the Chargers get number 11 and number 23 and a first in 2025. So they get essentially 2 1s plus the pick swap in the first round. Neighbors to the Giants, the wide receiver out of LSU, Marvin Harrison, went 4 to Arizona. Scared of Neighbors?
Yeah, Malik Neighbors is really good. You started hearing some stuff about Malik Neighbors and maturity a little bit coming out of the draft, but I mean, it's nothing like super concerning or anything. It's just like, yeah, he's got to, grow up a little bit, become a little bit of a pro, but he's really, really good.
Who did you say Harrison to?
Arizona.
So
this is an alternating pick situation. This is like Field Yates and then Kiper doing a 1, and Yates gets 2, and then Kiper gets 3.
Bobby, who's Harrison's comp?
His dad. No.
That'd
be funny it was.
I don't know that I've got one that I feel like completely matches up for him.
No doubt success for you.
Yeah. He's easy. I've got him as the number 2 overall player. He's really, really. I mean, that's somebody who's like athletically really good and is somebody who, like, when you talk about polish and being ready, he's perfect pretty much.
But no comp that you can think of.
Not anybody that he like stands out that he reminds me of completely, no.
There are 4 offensive tackles off the board in the first 14 picks.
Woo!
Is that a lot? Is that more than expected?
No, probably not. I'm guessing Alt, Fashanu, Fuaga, Latham, something like that, or Fatanu Latham. Yeah, and so that's
and Fashanu.
I mean, I think Dane Brugler at one point said, I don't know if it ended up this way, but I think Dane had said he had like 6 tackles in his top 17 or something at one point. And so, I mean, it's a good year if you need tackles. The tackles in this class are really, really good.
Byron Murphy goes 16 to Seattle. Fuaga 18 to Cincinnati. And then you continue to go down. You get the center, Graham Barton, at 20 to Pittsburgh. So he's off the board, the Duke kid.
It's my odds-on favorite right now for 24.
The Cowboys?
If he's there, I think he's the guy.
The Philadelphia Bulldogs take Amarius Mims.
The Bulldogs.
The Georgia Eagles, whatever they're called, whatever they call them.
They love their Bulldogs.
And then the Cowboys, Xavier Worthy goes 23 right ahead of us to the Chargers. And then the Cowboys take Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma, the tackle. Here's the write-up. They are starting a left tackle hole. Could move Tyler there, but my sense is they'll be more likely to address the spot in the draft to keep Smith at left guard. His elite footwork suggests he can make a smooth transition to left side in the pros.
Look, here's the thing is they've got so few resources for their depth issues that they create, to me, they're creating more problems by drafting a tackle instead of drafting a center. And so I wonder if their thought process right now, look, if the board doesn't break for you the right way, you're going to have to take a tackle or guard or somebody else. If you can't get the board to break the right way and you can find one of those top 2 centers there, Graham Barton or Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon, then yeah, you might take a tackle. But to me, it's you can cover your bases by just moving Tyler to tackle, stick TJ Bass at left guard, and then draft a top center. Because I think they think TJ Bass is more ready to play than Brock Hoffman is at center.
All right, let me ask you this. Okay, I shouldn't even ask you this one. It's not really a question. They have 4 quarterbacks going in the first round. That would be the under. The over-under is 4.5. So no Penix and no Nix in the first round. Is that surprising?
I mean, just because the value of quarterback, the positional value, tend to see guys get, they'll reach for. But in recent years, we've seen teams just say, like, we're not reaching on value on quarterbacks. Like the year you lost the shock collar bet, where they just said, like, nope, we'll take Pickett at 24, and then another quarterback's not going till 70 or whatever it was. And so it's the same sort of setup this year where people may look at it and say, like, yeah, look, we've got the guys we like, but we're not going to force it. I think Penix goes in the first round. And I think Nix does too.
Yeah.
Oh, but it wouldn't surprise me if those 2 didn't. The only slam dunk for McCarthy, May, Daniels, and Caleb.
Penix is first off the board in the second round. The Rams trade up. They take Penix as a replacement for Matt Stafford. Bo Nix to the Giants at pick number 38. They trade up with Tennessee to get him.
People were bugging out over Daniel Jones' eyes yesterday.
Oh yeah, very Adam Gase.
Very Adam Gase. His press conference, and they were getting still shots of the eyes bugging there.
I'd love it.
And Brian Daboll admitting he pays a lot of attention to mock drafts.
I'd love it if Bo Nix went to the Giants after we heard Bo Nix basically had no competitive fire a couple weeks ago. That clip we played of him, where he's just like, it was so much easier in Oregon. People care about winning where I came from. Yeah. It's like, ew, who wants to do that?
Cowboys get Jonathan Brooks at 56.
That is every single mock draft is putting Jonathan Brooks from Texas to the Cowboys in the second round.
Jones is unafraid to be bold in the second round. They badly need a running back. He suffered a torn ACL in November, so it's a perfect fit.
You have a comp for him? Brooks, his running style?
No, he's like, I mean, his whole thing is he's a guy who I think he very easily could have been a first round pick if he didn't hurt his knee. His running style, the balance, like the vision that he has, he's very decisive. He's got good athleticism. The problem with him is just like that knee blown out. That was a bad knee injury. That was not just
that's perfect.
I mean, that's look, honestly, if you want 2 names that you're going to watch it, Peyton Wilson, the linebacker from NC State, Jonathan Brooks, the running back from Texas. Peyton Wilson has shoulder injury issues. Peyton Wilson has had all these knee problems. If he didn't have any medical questions, Peyton Wilson probably goes in the first round. So I would almost bet my life one of those two guys goes to the Dallas Cowboys.
Dude, this is the Peyton Wilson write-up. He goes 2 picks later at 58 to the Packers. Packers have a need an inside linebacker. His tape's tremendous. Listen to this next sentence. His lengthy injury history will have to check out for that pick to happen. I mean, that is just perfect for them.
I mean, there's certain things, obviously, with, like, HIPAA laws, as Stephen and Jerry like to call them. There's certain things like that you can't spread rumor or things that have been discussed. But I mean, his medicals are what you hear behind the scenes it's concerning.
Are we getting Stephen Jones on today? What is the deal with that?
Some point today.
We are.
I don't know if we are. Someone will. Us or KNC. It just depends whenever he's free.
He'll call in whenever he's ready.
He'll call in, but it could be from what to what? What's the window?
8 a.m. to 11 a.m. It could be during Brian Broaddus here.
Oh, Broaddus would love that.
I don't know if I want Stephen to call in on our show.
Oh, no.
I'm serious.
Really?
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid the Joneses for a little bit.
You want to have a full week to prepare, asking, so what does all in mean?
Yeah,
like you want to figure out the right way to. No, honestly, it's
I'm kind of
fair.
Yeah, call it 10.
He's been good this offseason, though. He's given some pretty good quotes this offseason.
I know we're gonna have Josh Smith. We're getting all the KMC leftovers.
Yeah, we are.
We're feasting.
We're feasting.
Josh
today,
Smith, the Rangers player show at 9:20 this morning. We're gonna get. It's a mixture. KMC and G-Bag don't have to work, so they're gonna come and hook up our show. So Brian Broaddus, Expressway, possibly Stephen Jones in the final 2 hours of the show, and Josh Smith from your Rangers at 9:20. Back to Mel Kiper's mock draft.
Okie doke. So the Cowboys in the third round with the 87th pick take Cedric Gray, linebacker out of Carolina. And the write-up is obviously with Van Der Esch retiring, punished on the ground, their playoff loss to Green Bay. He was a tackling force for the Tar Heels, upside as a blitzer on passing downs.
So the only problem with Cedric Gray is I don't know. It's something that's kind of it's clearly an issue for the Cowboys at linebacker the last couple of years is he fits the same problems that they've had, which is I think Gray's a decent player. And when you're talking about the third round pick, you're naturally going to have some flaws there, but he's a guy who doesn't play with the kind of physicality I think you would expect given his size. And he's somebody who there are times where he misses on his run reads. And that's not really what you need. Now, when he sees it right, he's really impressive. He's fast. He can shoot through the offensive line. He can make plays behind the line of scrimmage. He's got really good length. He's fast. He ran like a 4.6 at 240 pounds or whatever he was. He's a good player, but I just wonder if he's the type of linebacker that they need because of the way that he struggles at times reading the run.
And that's it for the Cowboys in the first 3 rounds of this draft. That's what they've got them having. They don't have obviously have a 4th round pick. It would not. I was a little surprised they didn't trade them down at all because the Cowboys do need more picks.
They'd love to. You got to find somebody who'll want to do it with you. I would be willing to. I know a lot of people.
There's plenty of teams that trade up.
Yeah.
I mean, trade up and trade down.
Yeah, but
obviously.
But if you've got say you're one of these teams who has a bunch of picks this year, like Washington. Washington's got capital. They could do it, but Washington could also look at it and say, this is an incredibly deep draft, and I've got all these picks. Why would I waste it to go up for one? I have these guys graded similarly. But I would be in favor of even losing the 5th year option. Trade completely out of the first round, top of the second round to get more capital because they need it. They don't have enough picks.
They probably hate giving up that 5th year option.
They would. So if you want to find Baltimore, Buffalo, maybe somebody behind you like that who'd be interested, but it'd be tough.
There is someone out there suggesting that Kawhi Leonard could be compromised for the Mavs series starting on Sunday. We'll play the audio, see if you believe it. And the Rangers get a much-needed 1-0 win yesterday in Detroit. All of that is next on The Fan.
Let's get you some money saved on your property taxes with Ownwell. OWNWELL. It's Ownwell. Owning property comes with challenges, man. Overpaying on property taxes shouldn't be one of them. I got that letter in the mail. It went up a number. Yeah, the first number went up. That's a bad thing. It's a good thing when you're trying to sell it. But when it comes to paying property taxes, Ownwell believes you should pay your fair share. And you can sign up in under 3 minutes. Their team of local experts at cutting-edge technology starts saving you money with no upfront costs. Again, no upfront cost. You're taking back that money that's yours. It's your money. Put it back in your pocket. No stress. A big-time investment. 86% of Ownwell's customers save on their property taxes. That's almost 9 out of 10. And we got hundreds of thousands of happy customers and 5-star reviews on Ownwell's website there. Their handle, and they will handle everything, start to finish, delivering top results. Average savings of over $1,100 for you and your family just by taking the 3 minutes to sign up at Ownwell. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up, less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. You can protest your property taxes with Ownwell. That's OWNWELL.com.
We're giving you your morning sports fix.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I stopped trusting this guy as an NBA insider a long time ago.
Hello, baby.
I still feel like it is newsworthy, possibly, to play this clip of Chris Broussard over at FS1 previewing the Mavs-Clips series.
If Kawhi Leonard is healthy, then I've got a lot of confidence.
Sure.
All right, I've got a lot. And I just was in contact with somebody in the know. They said the Clippers are concerned. They said there's a lot of swelling in the knee. He hasn't
I'm
practiced.
not in the know.
So if Kawhi's out, obviously, I think Dallas will beat them.
Yes.
All right, because I like Dallas. Luka's my MVP. I like Dallas a lot. Their defense, since they put in Gafford and P.J. Washington and Derrick Jones Jr., like, the defense has been among the best in the league.
Yes.
All right, and then obviously you got the two dynamite scorers. So I like Dallas a lot, but if the Clippers are healthy, I got them winning that.
Okay.
Swelling in the knee for Kawhi, according to someone in the know. Do with that what you will from Chris Broussard.
Yeah, it's because you're right. It is Broussard, who I don't doubt that Broussard still knows people and talks to people and everything else. But man, the hit rate has become questionable at times.
What's the last story that he's ever broken?
Not
how do you just stop becoming an NBA insider?
You stop asking sources like you just do your show. That's what he's done. He has just stopped asking.
Not even story. Like I don't think it's about breaking story. Like it's just the knowledge base of like having the ability to talk to somebody and be able to turn out like certain ideas of, hey, like that kind of thing. Like, hey, I was talking to people over there. There's some concern, that kind of thing like that. Where his hit rate's not as good anymore. Where he says some stuff where after you look at it in retrospect, it's like, well, that was wrong. And it's not just an absence of stories. At times he's wrong. And but in general, I mean, I totally believe anybody who suggests Kawhi Leonard might be hurt.
Kawhi played in 68 games this year. Man, he gets totally forgotten now. I hope he doesn't remind us in the postseason about what he can do, but he gets totally forgotten. In terms of the upper echelon of players. He averaged 24 points a game, 23-7, 6 rebounds, 3.5 assists. He played 34 minutes a night. Paul George played in 6 more games. PG played in 74 games, 22 points a night. And then James Harden played in 72 games, averaging 16, 8, and 5. So those are your top leaders playing over there in L.A.
You know, the last time they met in the playoffs, the Clippers had the best player on the floor. I don't think that's the case anymore. Even when healthy, it's not the case anymore. It's just not. Luka's the best player on the floor now. And that thing's going to be an interesting part of the series.
How many years ago was that?
3.
Okay. So
21.
You still would have said Kawhi was the best player on the floor?
Yeah. Yeah, if I needed a big shot, I was, I just had more confidence in Kawhi. That ain't the case anymore. I mean, Luka was He was his second year in the league too, third year. That's a baby. Kawhi had been to multiple NBA finals. He had won multiple NBA finals. He had won Finals MVPs. He was, he was that dude. He was that dude that you didn't want to see in the postseason because when he was healthy, he was an assassin. And that's, he still is a good player, but that's not the case anymore. Like, Luka's clearly the best player in the series. And that oftentimes plays a major role in the NBA.
Draymond Green gave a little preview of this series. He thinks the Clippers should start Russell Westbrook to defend Kyrie. He said at some point, Ty Lue is going to have to scrap Russ coming off the bench and move him into the starting lineup in order to win the series. That is my take. So that is Draymond saying put Russell Westbrook on Kyrie Irving, and we'll see what happens.
Like, Draymond has proven his basketball IQ is not where it needs to be. When he said that Samson for
the Bible?
No, for UConn. When Samson got out there and was he said he dominated Zach Edey. He made him quit in the game. It's like, dude, Samson played 5 minutes.
Yeah.
He didn't make Zach Edey quit. Zach Edey had 37 points.
Samson gets Draymond lifted.
Zach Edey didn't quit anything. Zach Edey dominated that basketball game. He was by himself. Russell. I have no idea what Russ's role is going to be in this series, but you going to change your starting lineup? That's an Avery Johnson move. Changing your starting lineup when you're the higher seed to match up with the lower seed.
But he did that last time. Ty Lue did, and it worked because he took Zubac out. When he did that,
he had to.
Right, but he did.
Avery went into the series like, okay, we're just going to play it small.
No, and look, that's McMahon had a write-up about this the other day, yesterday, where he was talking about how that's the difference between this series now and the series from a couple years ago, is that when Luka would identify Zubac and just attack him, and they eventually adjust and went, well, we'll go small, and then that kind of neutralized things and put Dallas and Clippers were able to adjust, come back, win the series. He's like, they can't do that the same way this time because Gafford and we got to see, when Lively's availability is, but because of Gafford and these lob finishers they have and these legitimate bigs that they have now, you can't totally go small against Dallas anymore. And that puts them in a much more advantageous position. I think this series sets up really well for Dallas, to be honest.
I do too.
Mm-hmm.
Picks later on in the week. We were waiting for some more Rangers offense, but this will just have to do.
Again, double play, saving grace here.
And here's a bouncer left side. Smith has it. Underhands to Simeon for one. On to first. And they get them both. Canna bounces into the 6-4-3 double play. Third such double play in as many innings for the Rangers defense.
Michael Lorenzen and the bullpen get it done 1-0 on the road in Detroit.
It's great. You needed a victory.
No.
It's nice to cobble together, but man, this offense is not as fun to watch right now as I thought they were going to be.
Nope.
And I understand they've got injuries. You're missing
injuries.
Josh Young, and Nate Lowe still is not out there. But man, they are not as dynamic so far this season as I think we all expected. The power's just not there.
Completely forgetting about Nate Lowe being absent. Completely forgetting. The lineup just isn't as deep. It's just not as deep, and that's a big problem. You get towards the bottom end of that lineup, it's like, okay, man, you can really go at some of these guys, and they're not going to hurt you. You go at Seager, you go at Simeon, you go at Adolis, you might be down 3-0. If you go after some of the guys at the bottom of the order, it's like, all right, you know what? You could take your chances with them.
Top 4 in the lineup yesterday went 1 for 16.
And that's like if the top half of the lineup now, it's even more imperative that they have, at least the first 4 guys have at least 5 hits combined between them.
I saved this for Bobby. It was just going to be choppy.
We doing Caitlin Clark?
You know what's coming?
I have an idea because I could hear you in the earpiece.
Oh,
With
your headphones on?
I keep it so low. Like listen how low I keep these things.
I know
it's
low.
so low, so I can hear just about everything.
Okay. Well, hit it.
And the pitch hit in the air to deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. It's a grand slam. Non dimenticar. That ball sure traveled far. Giancarlo. He hits a grand slam deep in the left field seats. And the Yankees take a 5-1 lead.
And yesterday, the news came out that John Sterling is stepping away right now, immediately, after the 35-year run for the Pinstripes.
He's older than Vern. I had to look that up.
He's 85.
Vern's only 83. I had to look that up because he had stopped doing road games. He was only doing home games. For a while there, he stopped doing any kind of games that he had to get on an airplane for. He would drive to Baltimore or whatever.
It's like Amari Cooper.
Basically. Good call. But yeah, he's too old. He can't even see. He can't even see. He's
my dad is 2 years older than John Sterling. I cannot imagine. I wouldn't even put my dad on this radio show. I can't imagine him sitting there calling games.
Yeah, now that call was from this year.
Oh,
that wasn't like you could see home games, I think, but there's a lot of miss-ups, and it was time.
But this always sets Bobby off, and the longest part of Bobby's prep email last night had to do with John Sterling.
And I don't know if I can read everything I wrote about John Sterling, but he sucks. And every like the whole Yankees broadcast presentation and stadium presentation, like ever since Lou Gehrig echoed in, they were just like, well, anybody who stands behind a microphone representing the New York Yankees, we're just going to shower them with compliments, talk about that they're the greatest of all time. Michael Kay sucks. Sterling sucks. Bob Shepard, the absolute worst stadium announcer in the history of professional
sports. The guy goes,
sports.
Derek Jeter.
Yeah, the guy with the speech impediment and
it wasn't a speech impediment.
Yeah.
He was 100 and he didn't have any teeth left.
Nope.
They were loose.
Sonny Williams. He sucks. And it just Williams. He sucks. And Sterling has always been awful. And he can't see. He hasn't been able to see for 20 years.
It's been about 20 years.
It's been a long time.
He should have retired probably after 07.
You don't think Michael Kay is good on the calls?
No, I think Kay is the worst home run call I've ever heard. It is awful.
It's really
see ya. It sucks. And then he bitches about the bat boys with the long hairs.
Never let that go.
Never let that go. Never let that
Kay
go.
sucks. His radio show sucks. Everything sucks about Michael Kay. And the Yankees broadcasters. So glad. All right, 2 down, 1 to go.
Who?
Kay.
Okay, Kay.
Already got rid of Sterling and Shepard.
Are you going to sit here and take this?
Well, I know he's just joking, so I don't really care. I don't really take what he has to say seriously.
Not joking.
I don't know how much he's joking.
I don't know what. If you want to hate John Sterling now, that's fine. John Sterling back in his heyday was as good as it gets. And I will be fair to you on this one. I hate every announcer in sports that I don't listen to on a regular basis. So I'm kind of the same.
Some of you hate that you do listen to on a regular basis.
That's true.
That's your job.
No.
Good reference.
So
I wasn't even talking about him.
No, I like him. I just like good voices. He has a good voice. So if you have a good voice, I think you're good.
But to make it, I can't believe you give him such a pass. You usually get on guys for making it about them.
Yep.
Well, how can you hate on Kevin Harlan but love John Sterling?
I don't love that John Sterling did that. I like John Sterling's voice. I thought he was really good at the actual game call back in his prime. And he would also kill the team. And I think that's important to kill the team.
And then you would get moments like this.
To Stanton. There it goes. Deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone out of the ballpark. A Stantonian home run. Now, what did I do wrong? What did I see wrong? He's at first base.
He's at first base.
Not just home run. It was a Stantonian home run.
Stantonian home run. There was another one where this is when you knew he got old. This was 5 years ago. It was during COVID. So they were watching on TV, right? And because they were not in the stadium, so they came back from break with a home run, and he thought it was live. So he calls the home run coming out of the break, thinking that they came back late, and they missed it. And they're like, oh, wait, no. And Susan's like, no, that's a replay, John. It's a replay. Oh, boy, John.
877-881-1053. So John Sterling finally stepping away, saying he can leave very, very happy. How do you celebrate Masters Golf Glory? With Chipotle and Inwood Tavern. Wait till you hear this after Augusta, right here in DFW. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But I'm starving this morning. I am starving, and I'm sitting here looking at pictures from Hurtado Barbecue of the brisket Benedict. Are you a sucker for any type of Benedict like I am? How about trying out the Texaco version? Or how about the waffle made from cornbread, jalapenos, cheese, and of course, brisket topped with whipped honey butter and drizzled with honey. You can go ahead and try that with the Fort Worth locations starting in about 30 minutes. It's Hurtado Barbecue and HurtadoBBQ.com. They have the brand new location that is open also in Mansfield. So stop on by and tell them Sean for the Fan sent you to the barbecue that has taken over North Texas. They have 2 locations in the ballpark as well, and the Arlington location, which me and the fam go to. It is the official barbecue of the morning show. It's the official barbecue of the World Series champs. Stop on over to Hurtado Barbecue or HurtadoBBQ.com.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
We thought that two-time Masters champion Scottie Scheffler was rushing back home from Augusta to be with his pregnant wife. But no, he was really rushing back apparently for Inwood Tavern as the pictures emerged of Scottie walking in and partying it up with the green jacket right after winning the Masters.
Yeah, I can't wait to get home to Meredith, I believe is what the quote was from Scottie Scheffler.
Well, he could have.
The bartender's name?
He could have he could have gone home. Like, is that an understanding beforehand? Is that her suggesting, hey, you should go out with the fellas, you should go celebrate? I mean, it's not like she's gonna give birth that night. It's not like the water broke right after 18. So you go ahead, you get back home. What's you stay inside the entire time? Go out and celebrate the Masters win when you fly home on the PJ.
See, I mean, look, it all depends. I don't care. Like, it's not. If she's not upset with it, then what the hell am I upset? I don't get offended for other people. Right? If she's fine with it, and she would be the one that would be insulted. If she's not insulted by it, then I've got no problem with him going.
And even if she was insulted, I still don't care.
Well, I don't care, but then I would at least be able to say
she didn't win that green jacket.
Yeah, if she was insulted, I would at least be able to say, dude, be better. Like, you know what? If she says no, then don't go. It's pretty simple.
Oldest operating bar in the city was named to the Dallas Bar Hall of Fame and won Reader's Choice Best Dive Bar in 2014 and 2015. I think this is the latest one that Slate is talking about.
This is where we went after the Sandler dinner, where we went next door. We went to Inwood Tavern. That's where we went a couple months ago after we had our Sandlot charity dinner.
Fun fact. You and Jane?
Yeah, me, Jane, Jane's
Daddy.
guy, John, Kristen, and then Rachel Ring, who had won our dinner.
Fun fact, I bought my last pack of cigarettes there at the cigarette machine.
Really?
Yeah, they still have the cigarette machines in there, like the coin operated, like everything. It's very divey. Have you ever been in there?
Yeah.
It's very narrow. Like
Yeah,
I hate
narrow.
how tight it is.
I don't get why.
It's cool. I mean, it's a cool vibe, but it's.
I just don't love dive bars like everyone else, I guess. I know the hooity-tooity did it.
A little yuppie in you, huh?
A little
yuppie.
Yeah, that's a big Cambridge take right there.
To me, it's the smell.
With St. Michael's in them.
Cambridge. Oh, look at you two referencing small towns in Maryland. Very impressive how RJ was my hometown and then the uppity town. But to me, it has to do with the smell. That's it. You know?
Yeah, see, that's why you don't like New York. You don't like the smell. I like a good bad smell. Because my nose, for as big as it is, doesn't really work. My nose has got the long COVID. No doubt about that one.
Yeah.
My nose had COVID before COVID. It doesn't really work very well. It's the deviated septum. It's the popcorn kernel I shoved up there when I was 3.
Only Bobby could probably get away with this amongst the four of us, where he's just like, no, I'm going out drinking.
Yeah.
And Kristen would just have to deal with it.
Right.
And put up with it. Now, my wife would be cool with it if I said, meet me there, not 8 months pregnant. But otherwise, no, come home and spend time with me and rub my belly.
Yeah. Now the rumor is that he went home and then went out. But I'm sure. But he didn't so he didn't change. He just wore literally the same thing.
Okay, so that's my question.
Well, you have to wear the green jacket.
Yeah, but the same shirt.
Do you have to? That's my question. Like,
you have to wear the Masters jacket?
If you're Scottie Scheffler and it's your second one, do you really need to go walk into Inwood Tavern wearing the jacket?
I also thought they were supposed to keep it at Augusta.
And who is it for? Is it for them? Is it for, like, is he an Inwood Tavern regular and he's like, hey guys, I'm here showing up, like, this is for y'all, or is it for him to get recognized? That's my question.
Here's Scottie Scheffler talking about priorities.
I feel like playing professional golf is an endlessly not satisfying career. In my head, all I can think about right now is getting home. I'm not thinking about the tournament. I'm not thinking about the green jacket. I'm trying to answer your questions. I'm trying to get home. I wish I could soak this in a little bit more. Maybe I will tonight when I get home. But at the end of the day, I think that's what the human heart does. You always want more. Winning this golf tournament does not change my identity. My identity is secure, and I cannot emphasize that enough.
He was telling the truth. He could not wait to get home and take Jello shots at Inwood Tavern.
Yeah,
soaked it up. Did they serve Jello shots?
Yeah, that's what we took while we were there.
Okay.
So no, they that's he was accurate. He didn't say what he needed to go home for. He's just like, my heart is being pulled
home. Home is Highland Park.
Yeah.
Give me y'all's go-to dive bar in DFW on the fan text at 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney hotline, of course, for years with the old crew. It was Milo's Butterfingers for us. Clayton Kershaw's hangout spot. I didn't mind Milo's.
It's fine.
Worst bathroom I've ever been in my entire life.
Bad bathroom.
I mean, some of the I think the stall was missing the door. I'd tell you, people were like number 2ing in there.
Got to
with the door open.
With
no door.
What would you rather have? You have to number 2 in here. Okay, it's an emergency situation. You can have no door but a toilet seat, or a door but no toilet seat.
Door, no toilet seat.
Yeah. Door, no toilet seat.
Yeah, hover.
Yeah, absolutely door, no
hover
toilet
situation.
Seat.
I could never do that. I could never do that with no door. People walking in there. Are you kidding me?
It's got to be tough, man. Like,
I don't understand how someone does that. Now the dive bar, Kristen. It's funny, we're talking about this a couple months ago. Kristen's like same as you, I think, similarly, where she's like, she does not like dive bar. She's like, when I think dive bar, I think smells like urine and is dirty. Like, that's what I think of when I think dive bar. Is like, well, it has character. Like, it's a way to explain away being gross.
Yeah, I want character
dive.
I want character like in an old school like Italian restaurant. Yeah, I'll take that type of character. I don't know if I want the pee smell that's in there. What are the Tolos saying?
A lot of ones all over the Metroplex. 254 White Elephant in the Stockyards, 469 Ivy Tavern, and then 254 and 817 both say Peaceburger.
Peaceburger.
Never heard of it.
Not heard of that one. So
that's what saying. Gators is now closed.
Keep them Gators down.
Gators. Is that the one over in?
It's off 183, or used to be off 183 in like Euless West Park or something like that.
When I was like 22, I was at Gators, and there was this like 55-year-old woman in there, and she was like clearly on the prowl, and I like sat down. And I remember, like, I'm just kind of like looking around, waiting for my friend to get there. And she looks over and she goes, "Hi." And I go, "Hi." And she, like, licked her teeth and, like, raised her eyebrows. And I burst out laughing and felt so uncomfortable. I just had to, like, walk away from her.
Should have sent Will Chambers after like you did the other night.
A lot of people putting Stockyards bars in here, which makes sense. There's some that are new that aren't divey, but there are some that are divey. It's a great spot.
And what's your divey one? Mr. Man of the People, since you're making fun of me. Exactly.
That's a good question. I don't like. There's not really any dive bars out where I live. Everything's kind of newer out there, so I don't really get to go to dive bars like I want to.
So that's Scotty Scheffler. What's the name? Ludwig Oberg. Did I get that right?
Yeah, Oberg.
He celebrated his second place Masters finish with Chipotle.
Chipotle.
That's what he wanted. He had it catered. So he's got the Texas Tech hat. He's a senior in college. He's showing off his newly earned PGA Tour card, and he's sitting there at the end of May of last year in Chipotle. He said, "I haven't been in America in like 8 weeks, so I'm definitely going to have some Chipotle tonight." So after finishing runner-up at Augusta, there it is with the entire spread, Chipotle catering.
So this is a guy that has come really out of nowhere in the last, year.
Did Broadus pick this guy too?
This is why Broadus won our pool, because he picked this guy to be.
Which Tolo D is telling me, don't put it past Broadus's kid winning this for him, because I think his kid is a wannabe future degenerate.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He wants to be a handicapper.
Yeah. So if you go on there's a website called Data Golf, which has got like all the great golf numbers that you could put up with, or that you come up with. That may have been a good spot to start with, but
here's my question about this. Don't you go to certain places? You can have all the components like in a catering aspect, but don't you just have to have the place like make it for you? I'm wondering if me making the Chipotle bowl, it's been catered since when they bring it to your house, you mean, and then you make it yourself. Like if I'm making it myself, is it just going to taste the same? Like if I have the McDonald's patties laid out here and there, and then the lettuce and the, can it be the same? Some things just have to be made for you, right?
The meat's probably not as fresh. The rice
but
might
I just
stick
mean
together,
like putting it together, that feeling.
Yeah.
of it.
I don't think it. Like,
It shouldn't matter for a taco bowl.
I'm sure it's a psychological thing,
Yeah.
but for some reason it doesn't. I wouldn't imagine it tastes the same. Like you could, if I walked back there and made my own, like even directly at the restaurant, I feel like it probably wouldn't taste the same because I don't know what I'm doing. That's why I'm not a burger or a sandwich artist or whatever Subway calls it.
While they were succeeding and crushing it at Augusta National over the weekend, we had someone doing other things at the radio station over the weekend. This is longtime, multiple Hall of Fame radio personality, Chris Arnold, dropping the F-bomb on the Fan.
Robert Kardashian, Kim's dad, he's reading this sue letter that OJ had written. And we're all standing in the press room. I'm standing next to Ahmad Rashad. And then all of a sudden, he goes, and my good friend Ahmad Rashad, and the whole room looks at Ahmad Rashad. And Ahmad just looks down to the ground, and then he just walks away and got in a limo and just excuse me, freaking he just disappeared. I'm sounding like LeBron.
Let's go.
Just disappeared.
Stuff just got real.
Yep.
Wow. Unbelievable.
This is
Wait, what day was that? Because I heard Dawson.
So it was Thursday night. It was after the OJ news broke, and like Dawson just asked him like, "Hey, do you have any?" It was during crosstalk for the year. He's like, "Do you have any OJ stories?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I got," because I mean, CA's got a story for everything. And as Choppy was talking about during the break yesterday when I showed y'all this clip, he's like, "It's one thing to like drop in the F-bomb like." In the course of a conversation, like you're hyphenating it into a word where it doesn't even belong. Like that's an aggressive
stuff just got real.
Yeah. This is not just slipping out the F word. This is putting it in the middle of a word that you don't usually say. Like that's not at least for me. I don't usually throw that word into the middle of disappear.
Yeah.
Right.
And then your girls came up here to surprise CA.
They did. Yeah. They drive around, they hear the ooh-wee, and they think it's funny. And so I was up here dropping something off for Alec because he's really good at what he does. And so I was dropping stuff off for Alec.
With stilts.
And when we were up here, I was like, "Oh, you guys, we're gonna go to." I was like, "We're gonna meet Mr. Chris. You can do the ooh-wee for him." So they hit him with the ooh-wee, and they got you down. And then they were walking around the building. And Laura just kept going, "Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk." She just cannot stop singing that jingle after she heard it in the building.
It can hook you. It can absolutely hook you. We are all hooked by the beginning of March Madness, right? Well, maybe it's about to change. RJ Choppy with a college kegger on a Tolo Tuesday, then the commercial-free expressway with Brian Broaddus in studio. All next with Sean, RJ, and Roberto right here on The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
With the first pick in the 2024 WNBA draft, the Indiana Fever select Caitlin Clark, University of Iowa.
And that is the way we start off. 7 o'clock hour.
Here. We don't even need any other stories. Top 1 at 7, right there.
It's a big deal.
It is.
It's a big deal. Caitlin Clark goes number 1 to Indiana. All the jersey sizes sold out in an hour. Pepe went looking for Dallas Wings Fever tickets, and it was a $200 jump. What was it, like from 67 for the other teams to 267?
Yeah, it was like in early June and early July, it was like $35, $65, and then you get to like late July, and it's $267 for the cheapest ticket, and it's the Fever playing the Wings.
So are you gonna offload your tickets, or are you gonna go to that game, or
you're gonna be taking your daughters
to that game?
For all this hate and
you're gonna let me buy your season tickets off you for that game?
Oh, you can ask Reggie.
My
got that, Reggie.
My buddy Rob's got season tickets to the Wings.
How many daughters does he have?
1. I'm still going to have a discussion with him about this one. But he did say that this was on April 3rd, so this was over 2 weeks ago almost, that his tickets were, which are normally $50 and $60, or $195 for that game, for the Indiana Fever game. And that was, again, like I said, 2 weeks before she was even drafted.
And then, of course, what blew everyone away last night, her rookie contract numbers came out, which are the same as what? Players 2 through 4? 1 through 4 make the same?
1 through 4 make about $76,000 the first year. 5 through 8 make about $74,000 the next year, the first year.
How's it not slotted?
It is slotted. It's just slotted every quarter, then every
upper quartile of the upper
quartile of the upper quartile. So that's how they slot it.
Caitlin Clark will make $76,500 and $78,000 in her first 2 years. Then it'll go up to $85,000 and $97,500.
That's pretty good projected growth right there, Sean. If you want to look from rookie year to the final option year, I don't think that there's anything bad about that, and nothing to sneeze at there. She's got I heard you earlier today. You're right. She's gonna make her money through NIL and everything else, but
she's already made it.
Yeah, but you would still think like, yeah, but I also want my salary being certain. Now also, the other problem there is WNBA needs to make the type of revenue that helps them make more money, like get paid like that. But I also don't know, like, are they really so tight on their revenues? The revenue's so far down that the salaries totally match. I can't imagine that those salaries match their revenues.
So they don't get a 50-50 split. I was reading this up earlier today. The WNBA only has $60 million in revenue per year, whereas the NBA makes $10 billion. So $60 million. And they only pay out $12 million of that in salaries. Now, I don't know what their split is in terms of, like, all the expenses they have other than salaries. So maybe they're only making $20 million in revenue and they pay out, I don't know. But that's a low percentage of the total revenue value that you get that goes back to salaries when you compare to the NBA.
And then RJ Choppy has been saving up a little college basketball kegger, even with March Madness over. We're moving to a different day to start.
We are. Real quick, one more thing on this thing on Caitlin Clark. 36 of their 40 games will be on their national broadcast of Caitlin Clark's.
36 of her game?
They play 40 games. 36 of them will be available by the league's national broadcast and streaming partners. So on the ESPN family of networks, you'll be able to watch 36 of the 40 games.
Good news for you.
Set my DVR now.
That's 90% of the games, Sean. We're going to have 6 a.m. topics.
So Bobby's more worried that when I talked Caitlin Clark that he did over the DAC and the other DAC attorney. Right. He's more worried about that sabotage of the show ratings.
So we are getting maybe changes to the NCAA tournament. Something that nobody asked for. You don't need it. They had great ratings this year. Both of them had great ratings. You don't need changes. They want to make changes. And that's what they're talking about doing. And now this is maybe why nobody watches this old guy's TV network anymore, but an executive for the NBA and ESPN, former executive for both, says the NCAA should start their first rounds on Saturday and Sunday instead of Thursday and Friday. He says more people are home at work. from work. You don't need to. Hey, bro, we have things to do on the weekend. Mm-hmm. Do you even have any friends? Who's home on the weekend just sitting around watching TV? You've got honeydew list. You've got friends you're going out with. You've got youth sports that you're at. I was lucky to be able to watch a few hours of Master Sunday. I was lucky because my kids got knocked out of their tournament early. Saturday, all day, out about. Who's just home on the weekend? Nobody. Nobody's just home on the weekend. Nobody I know. You want to be able to rob my neighborhood? Go there on a Saturday afternoon. Nobody's home. Nobody's home. They're all out doing something.
What's your neighborhood again?
Oh.
So
right, cemetery it is.
Check the Facebook group.
Secondly, it's can I speak today?
No.
It is a tradition.
Today.
I'm so angry. I'm so mad. My tongue gets tied. It is a tradition to take off work on Thursday. It is a tradition to take a long lunch, to have a client. Oh, got a client meeting to go to. It's going to take 6 hours. We're going to be at Boomer Jacks. It's a tradition.
Ruin it. You will ruin it if you take the opening games off Thursday and Friday.
Yes.
I love the all day.
Yeah, because we're off at 10.
But even still, when I was
bars
working normal 9 to 5, it was always something where it was like, even at the job, it was like, okay, all right, you guys, cool. We'll look the other way. You can put it on the TV and have it around. It's just it feels special. Like when it's on during Thursday and Friday, and you're getting all this.
I agree.
Action. So this would kind of kill it a little bit.
What else you got in the kegger?
All right, so something real quick. The Baylor Bears, they love Scott Drew. How much they love Scott Drew? Well,
how much?
When he announced he was coming back, Chip Gaines from Chip and Joanna.
Oh yeah,
yep. He's a big Baylor guy, Grapevine zone, but a big Baylor guy.
The perfect couple.
They are. Yeah. He sent him cupcakes as a thank you for returning, and
he sent
Scott Drew the cupcakes.
Oh, like Baker, like Bassick, right. I guess.
And then you remember that photo that he posted with the Alliance Bank supporter that he was posted. He said, "Hey, I'm right here. I ain't going to Kentucky at the restaurant,
Mexican restaurant."
They have honored him with that's his official booth. They have his photo, the photo of that photo up there, Drew's table, right there. So that's how much they love him. They don't love him more money, not anymore, but not more perks. But they're giving him a booth and cupcakes at Baylor,
like the Sopranos booth.
Look, yeah. And ultimately, this job will probably kill him. But we
don't know. We don't know that there was a Sopranos death. Mystery.
We know. I've only watched one episode of that show anyway. The interesting thing about this is that's why, though, I think it's that factor right there why you saw so many people turn down Kentucky, though. Yeah. Because Kentucky is just nope, this is business. You better perform here or else you're going to get your head bit. And in Baylor, it's, oh my gosh, we're the locals are making cookies for you.
Yes.
We're naming booths after you. Look, you
very down home.
We're so glad we made the Scott Drew sandwich. Come in and eat a Scott Drew. It's his favorite sandwich here at the restaurant. You're not getting that in Kentucky.
No, you're not. You're getting an S sandwich if you don't win at Kentucky. Speaking of Kentucky, their athletic director Mitch Barnhart went on the radio and was trying to save face. Tell me if this one worked. He's trying to compare his program to UConn somehow, some way.
If you look at just in the social impressions from Monday at 3 o'clock until Tuesday at 3 o'clock, the University of Connecticut won the national championship, obviously, and they had 17 million impressions in that 24-hour period of time. Kentucky basketball coming off something that everyone would agree is not where we want to be. In that same 24-hour period of time, we had 37 million impressions, over double.
Dude,
wow.
Did this man just say, we got more retweets, though? Our program's doing just fine.
Yeah, they just flexed on you with a national championship, and you flexed on them with Twitter impressions.
He literally made the argument for the Kentucky program that Mike always accuses the Cowboys of. Where he's literally like, winning doesn't matter. Like, we're doing great. We're doubling up the champs, which is more important, having double the recognition or winning the title.
Wow, so cool. You got more than double the Twitter impressions over a 24-hour period they did in their title run. Y'all just hired a youth pastor as your head coach. He's got big-time pastor vibes, Mark Pope. He's a dweeb. You saw that video? He rips his shirt off, and he's got like the tank top on with his pasty white arms, just sitting there trying to flex on the world. Like, he's a dweeb. And they just hired a dweeb. And he might win. Great. Cool. He's way too soft for that place. He ain't got the thick enough skin to be the head coach at the University of Kentucky, and I'm here for the downfall. You hear that, Will Chambers? I am here for your downfall.
I think Will thinks it's coming, right?
Will, yeah, I think he's already
Or is
here.
he a homer like that?
No, he is not happy.
Will loves being unhappy, though.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like Will wouldn't know how to deal with Kentucky being consistently, like, up to snuff every year. Like, that's somebody who wants to wallow in it.
Not the best look for Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, you don't think so?
Going back to the classroom for the first time in over a year. He apparently showed up to a class at Colorado with nothing.
Nothing. No,
like Chiafalo for this show.
Right. No laptop, no notepad, no pen, nothing. I'm sorry. He did have something with him.
He had his phone because he clicked IG Live.
He had a camera crew with him, too.
Oh, a camera crew.
Right. He had, like, Deion's camera crew was following him around.
Boss man Shedeur.
Do you believe? So it's a tough look.
Have we turned officially
on Shedeur?
On the Sanders family.
On the Sanders family.
Are we rooting against them now? I was all in rooting for at the beginning of last year.
I'm still rooting for them to be relevant. Like Shedeur, when he did the when he held up the watch to Arizona State, he was trying to like
little
punk
much.
It's like, dude, you beat the worst team in the conference in overtime, and you guys were like ranked. Like that was a bad look. Like nobody cares about that. And by the way, that was your only conference win. You had one win in conference in a bad conference. So yeah, it was tired. It grew kind of tiresome. But I still root for them to be relevant because I do think they're entertaining.
Yeah, I mean they are. Look, I've gone through waves. I was rooting against Deion, and then he kept proving wrong so many times that I was like, all right, like, I mean, before Colorado. Like, I was impressed with what he did at Jackson State. Then I didn't love the way he left Jackson State for Colorado, and I was rooting against him again. And then he was having success early at Colorado, and I was rooting for. And so I go through waves with Deion where I'm rooting for him, and other times where I'm like, gosh, he needs to just go away.
And he's like, my kids aren't playing for any of these teams except these 6. Trying to control the draft as well.
And they're just the 6 teams that he played for: Ravens, Washington.
Well, he threw in one extra.
Let's see, it was Atlanta, Cowboys, Ravens, Washington, San Fran. Who else did he throw?
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Oh, he did.
Yep.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
It's the only 6 teams that either his sons or Travis Hunter could play for.
And yesterday, of course, Devontae Smith got an extension, 3 for $75. That included 51 guaranteed. I had some Cowboy Tolos go, CeeDee, T. Rainey goes, Lamb? No. CeeDee's contract starting with a 3. Devontae Smith has a 2. For his team, we got a supreme 1. So, no, this is not, CeeDee Lamb don't need to be looking at this contract whatsoever, because his contract is starting with a 3.
Yeah, I would say minimum CeeDee Lamb's contract is going to be 32, probably. Which, by the way, he was not present for the beginning of voluntary offseason program yesterday.
I saw Dak. I saw Tank.
You did not see CeeDee, who's got a contract, and then you did not see Micah Parsons.
I did not see Micah Parsons.
No, but apparently Micah is... I'll get the exact wording of the tweet from Michael Gelkin, but I know Michael Gelkin had reported on it early this morning or late last night that Micah Parsons' decision to miss Monday's start of spring workouts is unrelated to his contract, a person close to him said. Parsons is training for the season in a manner he considers optimal. Same approach led to personal gains in 2023.
Well, is there any type of approach that could have him be there at the end of the season as well? Now you want to bite your tongue, Bobby.
I mean, personal gains, bro.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney hotline to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. It's time for the commercial-free Expressway with a special in-studio guest from the G-Bag Nation. Brian Broaddus previews the draft and participates in Ask Reddit, his favorite segment of the morning show, with 2 double Bs in studio next.
Let's get you over to the greatest of Diamonds Direct. You ready to make the spring one? Remember, it is that time again. The annual spring sale event, 20% off virtually everything in the showroom. So whether you're in the midst of wedding planning or shopping for bands or picking out your next fashion jewelry must-have, from Diamonds Direct, you can save an extra 20% this weekend, now through April 21st. All bridal and fashion favorites at Diamonds Direct are on sale. It's a big deal. The favorite bridal styles, plus all the earrings, all bracelets, necklaces, stackable bands, colored gemstone jewelry, and more. at Diamonds Direct.
It includes some beautiful pieces from world-class designers. You can even see their expanded selections while they are in town. That's not all. Right now, when you make an appointment to shop, you can also go get $100 off your purchase price. Go see your favorite diamond expert and save even more at Diamonds Direct's annual spring sale. Don't miss the incredible offers right now at Diamonds Direct. An incredible 20% off now. Tell them Sean and RJ sent you. Shop or make an appointment in-store or online at diamondsdirect.com.
Expressway here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And speaking of being on time, I knew that Brian Broaddus would be early to join us in studio for the next 90 minutes to preview the NFL draft. But first, a couple of Tolo shout-outs.
This one coming in the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. Shout out to the Keith Miller, who recently passed away at the Colony High School. But this one coming in from Nate.
Did you just shout out someone who passed away?
Well, it was from somebody asking, whatever. Yeah. But this is.
I saw that in the Colony this week. That was a big deal to a lot of people in that neck of the woods.
Chris Garcia, not Mother Garcia, other Chris Garcia, is having brain surgery, number 3 today, or this week. So
Number 3?
Number 3.
Jeez.
So Tolo, Chris Garcia.
What happened with the other story?
I didn't see specifics of it. I just saw there were a lot of people like memorializing him on Facebook and stuff like that.
And then Tolo Jerome said, if you can please give a shout out to my daughter London at Mansfield, Roberta Tips Elementary, and all the other third graders are taking the STAR test.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck, girls.
Wishing them all the best.
Good luck, kids. The STAR those aren't just kids stressing it. Good luck to teachers, too. They're teachers stressing STAR today. You are going to love that, Sean, when your kids get up to STAR testing age.
What's the deal?
You had to do
like SAT for kids?
No. Remember in school we had to do every year we had to do some kind of an aptitude test, a big test in order to move on to the next grade. It's the same thing.
Is this one also that has to deal with like if the students are actually learning, which if they're not, it's a reflection on the teachers.
So they get graded. The teachers get graded from this, and a lot. What's my mom was a teacher for a long time. My ex-wife's teacher, and they said that the thing is that now they just teach to the STAR test.
Yeah,
all they do is they teach you to pass it. They don't teach you anything else.
It's like doing the combine. We're learning the drills before we're actually doing the event.
This is Addison last night. Like Kristen was like worried because Addison will get like really anxious whenever there's big stuff coming up at school, and so like Addison was like starting to feel sick last night. She's like, I'm gonna get sick because they feel a lot of pressure on this test. So good luck, kids.
How much did you have to relearn like middle school and high school curriculum when Bennett like asked for help?
He never asked me for a day of help.
Really?
Never
Just
asked
that
me.
bright?
No, he's
or he went to mom.
No, his mom was super smart. She was dumb for marrying me, but no, he never one time. He knew that like if he needed to know something about sports, go talk to dad. But if he needed to know something about, Bennett's I'm very blessed in that way. He's at the University of Texas now, and he's got a 3.8 GPA. It's like on all their big time things up there. So I'm proud of him for that because I told him, I'm like, listen, I ain't paying all this tuition for you to go and get drunk every day.
Yeah.
He still go get drunk every day, but still have a 3.8. So I'm really proud of him for that.
What does he say about that school and campus?
Oh, he loves it. Oh, he loves it. Yeah. He got accepted to like Tulane and some other places. And, and I was like thinking, I'm like, man, just go to New Orleans. That'd be great. That'd be fun. But no, he got into McCombs Business School. There at Texas. So
Red.
the Red McCombs Business School. There,
I'm fascinated how they're going to do the campus rankings in conference now that Austin and Norman are there.
I'll tell you
it's always been Athens and Fayetteville that were always my two favorite.
I'll tell you what, though. I really like the fact that Texas and Oklahoma both are in the SEC. And not just because of the football, but their women's sports are just. I know you guys were talking earlier about the draft.
I try to talk about Caitlin Clark.
But we're starting to see a lot more women's sports on TV. That's good for LSU.
Softball's great.
Yeah, swimming, track, all these programs that they have, volleyball. Texas is softball at Oklahoma. What, they win like 80 straight games or something like that? So, yeah, anything to make the conference stronger because we're all going to be about television packages here before long. Yep. Who could put the most content out?
Brian Broaddus in studio, commercial-free Expressway up until 9 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan. You get the same exact feeling every year for draft? Is it same level of excitement, or can a certain class like bore you and you're like, okay, you hit the wall at a certain amount of players watched?
Yeah, I never get bored with the draft because I always hated this when you heard, like people in the media say, well, this is not a deep draft. No, you can make any draft. You have to find. That's the whole idea of the draft is finding these players. And, where do you find pockets of positions? They're better tackles in the second, third round than there are at the top of the board. I mean, the running back group looks like last year very top heavy. Now it's down towards the middle. The Cowboys always try and get it to an angle of the Cowboys because that's who we cover. But man, there's some spots where they can actually do some really good to help their team. They let a lot of guys walk, but there should not be some problems for finding some players that can help them.
I have advised Will McClay to run, pack and run far, far away from here because the amount of pressure they're putting on his shoulders seems unreasonable and unfair. What do you think not what do you think Will McClay would say to that? Because I know he'd be like, well, that's my job. But what do you think about the amount that they are putting on this scouting department?
Yeah, you're very fortunate, though. You work with a guy here with Bobby. Bobby has a lot of insight with those guys as well. We all do. You kind of with that building and stuff. They're all put their heads down and go to work type of guys. But they also will tell you, you by not playing in free agency and letting players walk, you're putting a lot of pressure on the scouting department. But if you don't have enough picks, that's what's even harder to deal with. So that's what they realize that it's in a very important draft for them.
What do you think has been the biggest? We'll dive into all the draft stuff. We'll take calls and Tolo questions at 8 with Broadus in studio. What do you think has been the biggest? If Steven calls in here in the final 2 hours, we'll ask him the most unfair opinion, narrative, storyline about the Cowboys offseason, if you think that there has been one.
I think the most unfair thing is that their contracts fell at a terrible time for them. They couldn't, that trying to get Dak done. And I think trying to get Dak done when Todd France wasn't ready to get Dak done, I think really hurt the Dallas Cowboys. When you look at it, Todd France was going from one agency to another. And if you look at that year, and Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong here, all his clients signed franchise tags. None of them signed long-term deals. So all of a sudden, he was moving from one agency to another. So did Dallas, were they trying to get things done? Yeah, I was talking to people in the organization over there, and it wasn't just trying to like, hey, Brian, throw us a bone here. We're trying, they were honestly saying, listen, we've tried to do this. We've tried to do this. We've tried to do this. And then you had an agent that really wasn't interested in doing anything with you. And so all of a sudden now, as Dawson would call them, they become the cavemen over there, that they cave into whatever deals happen. But I think it's unfortunate that, you got to love the fact that they draft well, but it's also a curse for them right now because they have these prominent players that show up contract-wise all at the same time. And that's been really, really a difficult thing for them. For them not to get Dak done earlier, I think really set them up for the struggles they're dealing with right now.
There was a lot of buzz around league circles when Dak didn't sign his deal. Because that year there were a bunch of different guys got franchise tag. The only 3 who didn't get extensions done that year, I believe, were Bud Dupree, Justin Simmons, and Dak.
All 3, yeah.
All 3 were clients, Todd France's clients.
Yeah.
And Todd France ended up leaving.
That was a Scott Boras moment.
He ended up leaving the agency he was at, which was CAA. He left CAA for Athletes First. And there were some people trying to suggest to the PA and the league office that, hey, he was purposefully not negotiating in good faith, let his guys sit on tag deals because he knew he was leaving and he was trying to take a new book of business to his new agency of like, hey, I'm not going to give this big long-term signing bonus money for these 3 guys to this current agency. So France always pushed back against that, but the thought was those 3 players, Dak, Justin Simmons, and Bud Dupree, like it was going to be really difficult to get anything done because France was trying to
that would
move.
be unethical on behalf of the client.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be representing the client.
Well, but the whole thing was, though, he's got, the control of the clients, the clients trust him, and the clients end up getting paid.
Yeah.
They absolutely end up getting paid. But so to me, that was really unfortunate. I do believe that the Cowboys tried, but I don't think it was a two-way street.
Which of these do you think is the most likely when it comes to Prescott? That he's gone after this year through free agency, that he definitely re-signs to have a wink-wink, like, look, we just can't do it right now.
Yeah.
Or my theory to you the other day when we were talking, that they're still like wait-and-see evaluation mode.
I think all 3 are possible. I do. And I remember times where, this is several years ago, working for DallasCowboys.com, where the question from Jerry Jones was, this really our guy? You know, and I think some of those still linger with this organization. I don't know. I mean, there's a side of me that, and it's not a flip every day, there's a side of me to believe that they'll get it done. I think it's important. I think it's important for Dak to be here for his
long term.
Well, for him to be here because of all the other things that he does. His off the field stuff. Those, I think those all are things that he. I don't know if you're the Tennessee Titans, are you doing everything that you're doing off the field? So
right.
To me,
not unless he wins.
Yeah,
right. If you win, like that's the thing.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, everybody likes the squeaky clean image and stuff like that, and I think that's why he fought that thing about with that lady coming out and saying some things about him too. You know, he has to hold that image as well. But I change on this on a daily basis. There's a side of me that believes that this organization could very well move on from its quarterback and very well move on from its head coach.
Do you think that the draft will give us an answer? Like, is there a possibility they could take a quarterback in the first 2 rounds?
I don't think they will. I would surely look at Michael Penix from Washington if it was me, if he got down to my area. I just, nobody benefited more from a quarterback being taken that was falling than Mike McCarthy, and you look what Aaron Rodgers dealt with. Ted Thompson had no intention at all of taking a quarterback at his pick. He was taking defense. And then when Aaron Rodgers came sliding down that board, he's like, man, he looked around the room and said, boys, we got to take this quarterback, right? Even though they had Brett Favre. So that's kind of where you're at right now with that. I'd sure look at it, though.
He loves Michael Penix. That's
I do too. I'm a big Michael Penix fan myself. I really am. I think that, to me.
What's your quarterback order?
Let's take Joe Milton in the 5th. Let's do that.
I got Williams, Daniel, Penix, top 3.
Oh, Williams,
Daniels, Penix.
So have you guys been fighting about Jaden, you and Bobby?
No.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I think that I see the upside. I think Brian
How many more numbers you could get on your podcast download if you had it out over Jaden Daniels?
No way.
Being a bum?
No way. We gotta spend time instead. Like, I mean, we're gonna have to devote a good 20 minutes here to Brian's theory about rooting for teams and at schools he didn't go to. That's what we do. No, but honestly, Jaden Daniels, I think I see the upside. I get it. And I think Brian also sees where there's some limitations and some potential concerns. It's just, that's, you'll be right about some guys. You'll be wrong about some guys.
You say I'm going to be wrong about this one?
About Daniels?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, I've watched this guy play for 2 years and carry a team. Yeah, sure, that has talent at wide receivers, got pro receivers at wide receiver there. But the offensive line struggled. They didn't run the ball at all. This kid, when you start talking about just the way that he was able to lead and the way he was able to perform with those around him weren't the absolute best. I mean, it was very much Pat Mahomes like with him, with how bad that defense was, and they were in every single game they played because of him. I think he can carry that over.
He's absolutely he to me is like.
He's not Lamar athletically, though, right?
Mm-hmm. Not quite, but I mean, he's pretty athletic. Lamar's his comp. Lamar's his comp.
He's very elusive in the pocket. Now, people will say that he's a run-first guy, that he doesn't let it all develop and then, and then make the throw. But he's like a drop back, look at the field, and it's not there, then run type of guy. But there's not a better player in this draft when it comes to elusiveness. I'll tell you that.
He'll run. He's got the same kind of frame as Lamar. He's got the issue of he can't throw to the middle of the field very well, to me anyway, that Lamar had on tape at Louisville.
All right, we're going to open it up to calls and Tolo texts. For Brian brought us at 8 o'clock, but he really did not come in here to talk draft. He came in here for this.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
That's right. It's Brian Broaddus' favorite segment on the morning show, Ask Reddit.
Now, did you really tell Bobby that, or is he lying to us just to boost his own ego?
This is the one program when I'm driving around that I actually seem to catch. So, yeah, I do enjoy this one.
Okay. So we got the we'll kick around some of the answers with you guys here on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line.
And what is your favorite non-sports segment on G-Bag?
Favorite I love the top 10.
Wolchuk?
Yeah, Wolchuk, because we always have Wolchuk does a really good job of that with that. He always comes up with a pretty neat list, and it's always some type. And you talk about some arguments, like especially as much as I love food, and we have the top 10 list, and he'll throw something out there, and I'm like, there's no way that's the top 10. And so we have some good discussions about that.
Perfect segue. Food is the first Ask Reddit question, so I'm going to hit Broadus with it first.
Yeah.
And you guys can weigh in at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Also on the Twitch and the YouTube, want to get your answers too. Brian Broadus, what ruins a sandwich?
Oh.
I think poor condiments, in my opinion. If you slack on the condiments and you just say, we could just put anything on there, no. You have to give a sandwich some thought. The bread's important. You can't, like I say, you can't just. Sometimes people say, you just put it on any bread. No, there's certain breads that you use for certain sandwiches.
Yeah.
To enhance the sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
Don't skip on your bread. Don't skip on the condiments.
What's your favorite cold cut sandwich?
Anything to do with an Italian type sub. Give me the onions, the tomatoes. I could do without the lettuce. I got it.
I love shredded lettuce.
Shredded lettuce, though, on certain things I think work fine.
Oil and vinegar,
pepper. You could, like you say, you can make a sandwich. You could doll it up the best way and make it. But anything to do with some type of combination of Italian cold cuts.
Yeah.
That's what I deal with.
Couple answers really quickly. YouTube already coming in with them. Jeremiah McCain says avocado. Nick Rodriguez says stale bread. Over on the Twitch, Arcadia says mustard. Swaggy Booty says pickles or mustard. Sean, you have something that ruins a sandwich for you?
Soggy bread or lettuce. Once that bread gets
soggy,
wet,
it's over.
It might be over. And then lettuce, like that, turns out looking like slime. Like it looks like seaweed. Once it gets all wet, that is what can ruin a sandwich.
It's the bread for me. It's got to be the right kind of bread. I love a hard crusted bread roll. Love it. And then you're right. Like if you put, pickles on your sandwich, I like pickles on my sandwich.
Me too.
You have to eat that sandwich in minutes. Otherwise, the sandwich is ruined. So what you're forced to do is you have to overeat. Because if you don't want the full foot-long sandwich or whatever, and you want only half of it, you can't get anything you want on it.
You can't leave half an Italian sub, right?
No, you can't. You can't. And I try to, because Sarah likes to take half the sandwich and save for later. And I keep telling you can't do that. Now, because we especially with Italian sub, you can't do it. It's too much grease. It's going to soak through. I refuse to eat soggy bread, so I will overstuff myself.
Yep.
Just to avoid
soggy.
A bad second half of the sandwich.
What are you laughing at?
972. If Broadus has never worked at Jimmy John's, I don't want to hear his take on sub sandwiches. That's pretty good, Brian. Come on, that's pretty good.
Great.
Peyton, what ruins a sandwich?
It's Miracle Whip. Look, mayo is by far the superior of the white condiments. It's Miracle Whip. It's garbage. It's trash, and it should never be put on a sandwich.
You think you could blind test mayo and nail it?
100%.
Oh, so what's your 1 seed? Dukes?
I mean, anything. What's Hellman's? I think Hellman's is up there. But
I love mayonnaise.
I've tried Miracle
Blue Plate's
Whip
really good.
Blue Plate?
Blue Plate's really good.
I've
mayonnaise.
never had it. I love mayonnaise.
I don't honestly I don't know if I could tell the difference.
Glad
between Miracle Whip
that
and
guy
mayo.
that texts in, he's got a really good palate for food. I could tell.
Oh, Broadus was still thinking.
This is the type of guy that people will chime in for crap they don't have no idea about.
Is this the number one hot topic that you set off that you cannot escape? What you said about rooting for college teams? People still talk about that over at the Ford Center.
Yeah. I don't even worry about that anymore.
The answer, by the way, to this is tomato. Tomato's awful, and tomato you cannot pick off if they put it on the sandwich because it leaves tomato residue, and it's disgusting.
BLT? Tomato on a BLT?
Yeah. Never eaten a BLT
that's
in my
what I'm saying.
Oh!
He'll never have a BLT. That's why, and it's one of the best sandwiches made.
Gosh.
That or a club sandwich, another thing that you can make.
Oh, yeah. Do you like bacon?
Yeah.
Do you like lettuce?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like raw onion. I don't like tomato. Tomato's disgusting. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. The Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053. RJ Choppy, who's a villain in a movie or TV show that you rooted for?
I always found Jack Parkman in Major League 2 to be somebody that I could relate to. The douchey baseball player with the big glasses that would just, act like a total jackass to his teammates. I always thought Jack Parker was a good one. There's a lot, though. I mean, you could kind of roll down any Fast and Furious movie. There's always a villain in there that you're going to kind of be drawn to.
That's true.
I never rooted for a serial killer in a movie. That's good.
There's one running loose in Austin, apparently.
Yeah, apparently they just drug
Tell Bennett
13 bodies out of a lake.
Yeah,
down there, and
closing in on White Rock
Lake.
Lake.
They have a serial killer on their hands in Austin. It's probably California. Very bad.
I'll take it to Marvel or like whatever family it is.
You like Loki or something?
Magneto.
Oh,
that's
okay.
back when I
you
watched.
root for him though.
Cartoon.
You're like, yeah.
I was like, take out Cyclops, take out Wolverine.
The Franklin injury
suck the metal right out of his arms.
Saying Tony Soprano.
Oh yeah,
he's a villain. People are also Joaquin Phoenix and the Joker. That's a good one. Hans Gruber, Darth Vader. Lassiter from Game of Thrones.
Neil from Heat, Robert De Niro's character in Heat.
Oh yeah,
I was rooting for it. Like when he turned. Spoiler alert, 30 years later. Sorry, Sean. You should watch the movie. It's great. When he turns back around, when he's gotten away and he rips off the exit and turns back around and goes, no, I can't leave this. I gotta go back there and talk to Al Pacino. That ruins it. Brian, did you ever root for a villain in a movie or TV
What's
show?
the Bobby Axelrod in Billions?
Oh, yeah. I did like Bobby Axelrod.
Yeah, I think that...
I heard Billions is awesome.
Yeah,
it's so good.
It is, and it's so much twists and turns. And the way that he puts pressure on his staff and the guys that work with him, and then how he has to kind of navigate his own problems, I think that Bobby Axelrod is my guy. Axe.
Eric Ewing on the YouTube says Samuel L. Jackson's character, Mr. Glass, in Unbreakable. Steve from Tyler says Walter White on the Twitch. Peyton, did you ever root for a villain? Like, I mean, in the 3 movies you've ever seen?
Yeah, this one I did is Thanos. I mean, let's be honest. The guy is just, he's a unit. He's a unit, and it took, quite a few superheroes to take him down. So it was Thanos for sure. He was unstoppable.
All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean, I'm going to throw this one at you because I know you're going to... You always hate when I give you the most thought-provoking ones. You get paired with 100 random humans. If you're better than all of them at something, you get $1 billion. What are you choosing?
100 random?
Yeah, just what are you confident you could be better than 100 random people
I
at?
think I can be confident in engaging everyone in conversation, like discussion. Like I think if we're all sitting around and you're worried about the awkward moments of silence, sometimes I take the role too seriously. I get stressed about it. I go into like a social outing with like a topic list like for shows.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure everyone's having a good time. No one's off in the corner quiet. Here's something for you to do. Here's something for you to eat. Here's something for you to drink. Engaging and just making sure the flow of discussion is going.
Yeah, because the awkward silence, Sean's always accused me, like in the last year, he's been like, you can't sit in silence. He says I make awkward groans and sounds whenever there's silence.
Like, are y'all's commercial breaks and G-Bag dead silent?
Yes. Yeah, we do.
Is it like totally different from like when you come in here? Like,
yeah, you guys are chaos.
Yeah, we'll talk. We'll actually use our
we have show meetings where we don't talk.
You have show meetings?
Oh, you have show meetings?
I sat in your pre-show meeting one time.
We don't talk to each other.
No, there was not, because this was when I was the intern for the day.
Yeah.
Not a word. Yeah. Not a word was spoken.
It's amazing though that y'all could then just flip on-air chemistry like that.
Yeah.
They're 4 guys, 4 cabs to the radio station. That's what they are. They don't share a cab coming in.
No,
that's right. I know Dawson
doesn't. Include Lucius in that too. Lucius, I mean, we don't talk to Lucius, and the next thing you know, man, LA Live is just rolling right along.
But Eric and Zach aren't yapping away in commercials?
Not at all.
Eric sits like
Zach's texting.
Eric preps.
Eric gets on the phone with his kids on FaceTimes.
What?
So I hear this. Hello, little niños. Hello. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? Muy bien.
He doesn't even speak Spanish.
But Dawson will study whatever crypto or what's going on in the market.
Yeah.
I'm usually on the couch over there kind of digging through Twitter. Yeah. Wolchuk walks because of soda. He walks around.
What?
Yeah.
This
he walks
is fascinating.
through the building.
Do it. Yeah. Their pre-show, like when they all sitting there for the prep meeting. Eric does not. Eric sits in the little side over here, on his laptop.
Not even in the room and everyone?
No, not in the room, no. Or no, when he comes in, he'll eat like the ground beef. He eats like straight ground beef out of a bowl with nothing on it. And so he'll come in for that. But we sit in with the lights off. Like when I immediately walk in, if the lights are on, I will turn them off.
In the conference room?
In the conference room, and everybody will sit there, and then then Heggie will go, well, let's crosstalk with, and then we'll all get up and go come here and crosstalk.
Wow.
I'm not saying like I would be like, there are plenty of people I'm sure who could beat me at it. But
we got to make sure 100 can't, 99 can't.
I'm confident that
cooking crawfish for me.
If you cooking crawfish,
yeah, I know I could beat 100 people cooking crawfish.
You can beat people that you've taught how to do it.
Your crawfish does have a great flavor and a perfect spice level.
Well, thank you, appreciate that.
It's fantastic.
I've never eaten crawfish.
No one would want to eat it with you. No one cares.
Wow,
you won't even eat a BLT.
What's up with our station and all these pallets of just like little kids?
I know.
Like Heggie and they just don't eat anything.
Who on your show won't?
Oh, Dawson won't eat. I've cooked for these guys on Friday, and there'll be a recipe we have to use cream cheese, and I won't tell Dawson I did it.
Really?
I just put it. He won't eat onions. Is another thing that I have to cook down.
Even cooked onions?
Yeah, he won't eat. He will not eat. There's certain things that he will just not. Eric, on the other hand, will eat anything.
Yes.
But Dawson, on the other hand, he'll eat.
Eric's basically the liver king. Like that's the way that he eats.
Crawfish,
It's like gross the way he
crawfish
handles it.
is some work, but it's just a great community event.
Yeah, you could put people together. There you go.
Yeah.
You could do your little thing. You get everybody to talk.
Yeah, that's right.
If you grabbed 100 random people and had them do Super Bowl trivia with me, like I'm pretty confident.
I think RJ could beat you in Super Bowl trivia. Super Bowl trivia? I did not know that.
It's not. I'm not saying it's impossible.
Kick the game-winning field goal for the Baltimore Colts in Super Bowl 5.
Oh crap! I don't remember.
Good job.
But I also know that. That's the only time we've had a losing MVP.
That's true.
So I know that.
Good follow-up.
I think for me, it's golf.
Jim O'Brien.
It's golf.
Well, you'd better hope you don't get paired against me.
No, because like
99 people.
Have you played yet at all? Golf?
No,
it's coming.
But I don't need to.
We're reserving the course.
Really?
Yep.
Is he going to play out at TPC? Where are you going to play him?
I don't know where we're going to play yet. We haven't figured that one out yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if
get out there at TPC,
I could break 80, and
me too.
They say only about 1 out of every 50 people can break 80.
There's no way. There's no way.
So it's about 2 out of 100. 2% of the people can break 80. So I have to beat 1.
Yeah, but how about like a no doubt thing? Like out of 99 people, someone might be able to beat you. Like some of your expertise, like. I think for you, it could be like coming up with
excuses, kind of lies.
Better call Chop.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I need an excuse to get out.
There's
of this.
always someone sleazier than you.
I don't know if someone's mind could work like yours.
Listen, nobody can cheat on the golf course quite like me.
Oh, you get
so I'll be sure.
Yeah.
I'll be sure that I win. But yeah, I figured I had to be one person, so that's it.
All right, Peyton, real quick, you got something?
Yeah, I've always considered myself a pretty good driver, so parallel parking is mine. I think a lot of people fail at that, but I nailed it in my driver's test. I practiced it every day for a good 2 or 3 months.
When was the last time you had to parallel park?
Probably when I was 18. So we're looking 6 years ago.
I think you might be out of practice.
Did you just say 18 6 years ago?
Oh, I
9
did.
years ago.
My
You're
goodness.
27, Peyton.
That was 9 years ago.
So math is out for you.
Yeah,
over 99 people.
We're
done.
Math.
Math's out for a lot of people in the building. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Franklin Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053. Peyton, we'll go with you here. From your experience, what have you learned never to mess with?
Oh, it's fire ants at a young age. Just don't even mess with them because you think you can pick them and you can run away with them, but there's always that one fire ant that gets onto your shoe and then goes up and just bites your ankle over and over again. You can't find it. You're kicking your legs in the air. Fire ants for me.
There's some psycho I saw on TikTok. People do this stupid stuff just for views where they'll pick up a brick and you see all the fire ants under there and then somebody just sticks their bare foot down on it or whatever. To me, it's you're asking for an allergic reaction or something with all those bites. Brian, what have you learned never to mess with?
Math. Math or spelling. One time I had to write a check, and this was a while back. I had to write a check for $12, and I couldn't spell 12. I kept messing it up, so I made it for 13. So anything with spelling or math, I'm just a complete idiot.
I find the word eighth can be difficult to spell. Where's that extra G go? Eighth, or the extra eighth. There's an extra H.
You mean the only G?
No, there's an extra H in that one, right? Eighth. Or maybe there isn't an extra H, and I don't know, and I'm spelling it wrong.
I'm telling you what, I had to write that check for 12, and I kept in my mind, I stopped. And I got T, and I said, I just crossed it out and wrote for 13.
It happens. Chop.
Neck tattoo guy. I just make it a point. If you have a neck tattoo, I generally just don't mess with you.
Yeah.
Somewhere in your life, it was harder than mine. And I think that hardship makes you unpredictable and dangerous to me. I don't mess with you.
I'm learning not to mess with a woman who's been drinking at the end of the night. That's what I'm learning. But no, the answer here, honestly, is a country boy in a bar. If you're at a bar and you're feeling like you want to bow up a little bit, like I'm not bowing up to the country.
Who wants to always fight though? Who wants to be the drunk? Who wants to be the drunk fight guy?
I'm just saying, if I see that one, if I see that guy,
age, Wolchuk and Oxnard.
That's not Wolchuk's not country boy though. I don't feel like. I'm talking.
You don't
about,
feel? Yeah, you're right. He's not.
I mean, other than like when you hear it,
Do you
like,
think he'd have got beat up?
Yes.
Yeah,
Wolchuk?
that guy was like a taekwondo.
Yeah, we kind of figured out at the end that Wolchuk might have got hurt.
I assumed too. That's why, like, I immediately stopped.
And fighting in the sand, he would have been out of gas real quick.
Yeah.
I stopped having drinks immediately, and I told Eric, I was like, "Are you sober?" He's like, "Pretty much." I was like, "Please stop drinking. We got to listen to what's happening."
We could add hanging out with Jane Slater. That's not good for your health.
Yeah. I would say HOAs. I don't know if I've learned not to mess with. I know I'm not going to win.
Yeah.
I know it's a losing battle. I'm going to try to state my case and everything, but fire ants is that's the only thing that
snakes,
I'm kind of
right? How about you and snakes?
Yeah, I've learned to mess with them now. I got within
confidence.
I got within 15 feet. Are you okay with snakes?
I don't like snakes, but I'm not going to. Everybody talks about how to get rid of snakes. I don't think I could do that,
dude. Seidel,
you mean kill them? Like you can't?
Yeah, I don't think I could.
You honestly, get a hose, just spray them. They'll scurry on.
Really?
Yeah, you just spray them. They'll get away.
Someone told me to get a shotgun instead.
I mean that could be illegal. To shoot it discharge it a weapon in public, but yeah, I keep a hose like on at all times, right? It's just got the gun, the hose gun. Just spray them. They'll go away.
Seidel San Antonio 210 on the YouTube has a great answer here. Cauliflower ears. You see somebody with a cauliflower ear, do not mess with that guy. You want one more? We got to wrap. All right, one more really quickly. Brian, what can completely destroy your life in a matter of seconds?
Something happened to my kid.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anything happening to him would destroy me.
Temper. Bad temper will destroy it because, I mean, that can flip at any second and completely ruin things for you. Chop, you got one?
I mean, texting and driving. Or drunk driving, whatever. Something like that.
Group messages getting leaked. That would ruin all.
Especially yours.
Or the wrong person on the group message.
Oh. Yeah, that's why we had to take
the
Carter
wrong
off.
guy.
Matt Pittman. Yeah, when I text Dawson, I make sure it's not Spittle. Absolutely. Commercial-free Expressway every Tolo Tuesday with Brian brought us in studio. All right, load them up. If you have draft questions you've been wanting to ask in the afternoon, you now get to have it in the morning at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. All your Cowboys or overall NFL draft questions for Brian brought us in studio next. But next...
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Hey! Wait!
Beer.
You know, there's a couple people who are a little offended that you do that.
Who?
Tolo's listeners.
Chris loves it.
Stepping on Chris Arnold's legendary signature call.
I do it for Chris. Chris wants me to do it every single time. When I come in studio with them, Chris says he doesn't even want to do it. He has me do it for him.
Brian brought us in studio, and we are taking draft calls. Overall class questions, Dallas Cowboys specific questions. Hit us up right now. And thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, as brought us kind enough to join us for 90 minutes to preview next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Here's the way to do it. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Jim in Keller, you are live on The Fan. Go ahead, Jim.
Hey, gentlemen. Hey, this is Jeff from Keller, the Lions fan. Since Bobby owed me last call, I called in. So I'm going to start out strong. And unlike the NFC Championship game, I'll finish strong. Guys, do you think that this draft and a lot of what the Cowboys are doing are based on where somebody is in life? Meaning, why not? Is it because there's one, big push to get another Super Bowl? I mean, there are assets right now and things to do. Why can't you guys get away from the Moneyball routine of make the playoffs every year and lose out and just actually rebuild? When's the last time they rebuilt? Jimmy Johnson drafted Aikman? I mean, you got Micah, you got CeeDee. I mean, Zach Martin's getting old. Ryan, what would you actually think about doing a rebuild?
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the question. To me, I don't think they'll ever have to do a rebuild here.
They will if the quarterback's gone.
Well, they'll figure it out because they'll always draft well. I have confidence in this team. I don't think this team will ever be. This team will only be Jason Garrett bad. 8-8. That front office will not allow that. The one strength that they have is their ability to draft. And so if all of a sudden you give them the opportunity to pick players, they're not going to sign players. But what they'll do is they'll continually draft. They'll sign their own, and they'll figure out the quarterback situation too. Now we'll see. We'll see what the thing with Trey Lance. They had a top of the second round grade on him. Obviously, they thought enough of him. They wouldn't look at him as we're doing something different at quarterback. They think this guy's. I mean, he has a higher grade on their board or had a higher grade than what Dak Prescott's grade was.
Have you heard anything about him and the way he practiced or works or anything about Trey since he's been here?
I did not hear one. I talked to people in San Francisco about him, and they were like, if he did not get hurt, he would have been our starting quarterback. There are people there that believe in that kid. He goes, yeah, did we give up too much for him? Sure. Does it look bad now? Yeah. But the overall, they're like, nah, this kid will be fine. Dallas will never rebuild. They won't. They just will never be bad enough to have a total rebuild. because they will find ways to draft.
They do draft well. The question is, like, do they have a quarterback, and have they had a quarterback that can get them over the hump, right? And that's
hump day.
Hump day.
Yeah.
And the only time this team has won was with a top of the draft with this regime, which was with taking a quarterback 1-1. And I mean, yeah, you could point to Tom Brady, who skews a lot of things.
Sure.
But majority of the quarterbacks that win Super Bowls, multiple at least first round draft picks,
Right.
Not finds in the undrafteds or the third or fourth round.
Trey Lance is as close to a first round quarterback as they've drafted in a long time. Because you think about where he was selected.
Yeah.
What if he wasn't? I mean, like I said, San Francisco thought that he would still be there if he didn't get hurt. This could be now. The danger you're running into here is that 2 years of development with Trey Lance, and then Mike McCarthy gets fired. Does the next guy want Trey Lance as his quarterback?
Austin and Dallas, you're up next on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead, Austin.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey, so my question is it time to take a different approach in the first round, like taking a quarterback in the first round? It's been a long time. I think it's time to, I've seen enough of Dak Prescott, and people want to talk about the defense. Well, guess what? It's called a shootout, okay? Look at 2013, Tony Romo going toe-to-toe with Peyton Manning, okay? Every once in a while, your quarterback's going to have to win a shootout. And I'm sorry, I'm not paying him $55 to $60 million because he's not that guy. And look, you throw a dart at Trey Lance, you throw a dart at Michael Penix Jr., one of them is going to work out. But let's take a different approach this year because it's the same thing with Dak every year. And he's had more than enough help. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, this could very well be the year that he walks. And so then you're going to get your compensatory 3 and you're going to move on, and then you'll see how it goes.
Jack and Canton. Jack, you are up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
All right.
Great.
Hey, I'm a Commanders fan.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And, hey, we all have our faults, right?
I know.
Hey, if you're picking number 2, I heard you talking that
Daniels. Take Daniels. Yeah. If I'm a Cowboy fan, I want you to take Drake May. If I'm a Commanders fan, you want to take Daniels. Is who you want.
And Bobby, you believe opposite.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah. Like I'd be thrilled with Daniels going there. And to me, Drake May with Cliff Kingsbury and Brian Johnson and them working with him, I think he'd hit that potential that he has. I think they'd find consistency with him.
Do you agree with Merrill Hodge, who said Drake May can get you fired?
Yes, absolutely.
But is not taking a quarterback also a recipe to get fired if you don't have one?
If you don't have one, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have, if you're like New England, you have to take it because you don't have one.
The problem for the gentleman that just called as a Commanders fan is that they were a quarterback away, and then their defense became real bad. So to me, I would now I'm starting to worry about their defense. But if they fix the quarterback with the skill that they have, they're going to be a hard team to deal with.
What round do you have May in?
Second.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he is your what ranked quarterback?
Second ranked quarterback. I only have 2 quarterbacks in the first round.
877-881-1053 to hit us up. Brian brought us in studio. We also have some text messages on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney Hotline, which we will run through after Alex and Terrell. Alex, you're next up on Sean and RJ.
Hey, Brian, Sean, RJ, Bobby. So if you had one position that the Cowboys could pick in the first 3 rounds that you would feel good about the draft, which position would it be? Thanks, guys.
Offensive line. Grab me a center.
Yeah.
Grab one of these centers. If somehow that they end up with Powers Johnson from Oregon or the kid at Duke.
Graham
Barton. I'd be super happy with that.
Really?
Yep.
Because when Travis Frederick got drafted, it worked out. We're all like, center? Really? Your first round pick?
Nah, man. Their inability to run the ball had to do with what was going on at center and point of attack blocking tight end is what I felt like.
I think our big problem with Travis, too, is that we had him on the draft show, and he goes, I thought it was going in the 3rd round.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're like, whoa, you just traded up for this guy. I have no problem. Now, I will ask this. Because the Cowboys have 2 all-pro guards, does that make it easier for any center to plug and play?
You saw what playing with a less than adequate center does for you.
Actually, I don't. I follow the ball. I'm just kidding.
No.
Do you feel like, though, that they have put themselves in a position to have to draft need over BPA? What if I told you that?
Absolutely they have. But
Right.
but the thing about it, the need they have, there's legitimately good players at need. Center. I think Bobby and I, we did a Love of the Star podcast. We gave you about 6 names.
Yeah, we're going to do those at 8:40, actually.
Yeah.
Those 6 names.
So, yeah, that's to me.
No, we were if Brian wasn't in here. I thought you gave us all these names yesterday. You ran through a bunch of names.
I threw out
just
the names.
repeating segments
No,
now?
I threw out the names and said
didn't
we would
get to 'em. I
actually
listened to the
detail
segment.
them.
He
Yes,
didn't-
thank
he
you.
didn't-
Somebody was listening.
Yeah.
He wasn't even here.
Yeah.
Calvin and Prosper. Calvin, you're up next on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I just have a question. Will the analytics department play a bigger role in the drafting this year? And I'll hang up and listen to you guys.
I don't think it will. Not as much as you think. I think.
How
I think
would they?
Okay, so
Positional value, I'd assume.
There,
right?
there,
That's
there are
about
a
it.
couple of different ways that. So, like the Rams really started leaning on a lot of analytics with their draft, and like there are different people who like different organizations have started using analytics more in their analytics team in the draft process. But I think that last year it was way blown out of proportion.
Yep.
The idea that like, oh, look at this. They had an analytics department.
Yeah.
They had several people in there working. Tom Robinson was the head of it. They
fired the whole staff.
They
didn't
fired the whole staff. It wasn't like they created this this discussion on social media that was like, wow, the Cowboys coming into the new age. Great job. They had the department. They had been there for a while. You never heard of the changes. Look, I think John Park, a lot of the people there do really good work. William Britt, Sarah Molly Pie, like they do good work in that department. But it's not like it was new. It's not like those are new positions. They've had analytics contributing to their process for a decade.
Their game. That's the analytics folks. Are the game management people.
Mm-hmm.
They're not draft people.
And do you think that McCarthy incorporates them a lot? Like, how analytical would you say Mike is?
Man, that's hard to say. I can't give you a really good answer on that one.
I know more than any other coach.
Yeah. I don't think it's like some of these other coaches you deal with, but I think his is probably very small.
Jay in Dallas, you're up next. So Brian brought us in studio on the morning show. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, good morning, boys.
What's up?
Brian, just to circle back on your thoughts addressing center early, don't you feel like there's going to be a tackle there that's probably of more value?
No.
And you could probably,
No.
you don't think you can address center later?
I don't.
Is that because you'd be getting the best or second best guard center versus the 7th or 8th
I want
best
the
tackle?
first. I want the first or second best center because the further down the board, the closer you're getting to Biotish. I don't want to go through that again. You know, there's some decent centers in this draft, but I'm trying to go and get the best guy right now.
So how do the best centers throw Linderbaum in this class? I know his ass wasn't big enough for the Cowboys, but
Powers Johnson's a better player than Linderbaum.
I would have Linderbaum number one.
One?
Yeah, I would still.
And you would have
give me the guy with power and the ability. The thing with Linderbaum, he's second level player. He could reach, athlete, all that stuff. This guy could do the same thing, but he's 320 pounds.
Let me ask you this.
And he's from
Oregon. Yeah.
Let me ask you this. This is like how you, scouts and front offices would deal with this, because it's not. If you look at if you did the top player at each position on the board versus like the second or third or fourth on the board that are picked later, it's about 50-50 on who comes out to be a better player, right, in their career. How do you wrestle with that?
The thing, the way I would wrestle with it was always try and get the top guy. See, I'm not interested in having the second or third. If it's my turn to pick, and I've stacked my players already through. I've got 215 players I have to stack. I've got to 101 right now, and I'm trying to put those in order of how I would take them. So to me, I'm never thinking about the second or third best player. I'm always thinking about. That's why I want to grab this center. I don't want to sit here and get into the third round and all of a sudden, oh, wow, they're going to take a center here.
If you had a tackle graded above him there at 24, would you take that tackle still, or would you jump the tackle because you need the position?
I have more questions about the tackles when Dallas is going to pick than I do the centers.
Ryan and Keller. Ryan, you're up next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Hey, Brian. Your last Love of the Star podcast, y'all talked about how much Dallas is going to be putting in on the UDFAs and how much money they're going to spend,
Yes.
a couple $100,000 here and there.
Yep.
should we really be putting a lot of stock into the UDFAs they give a couple 100,000 into based on with meaningful snaps this season?
Yeah, the thing about it to me is that when the one thing that they're going to have to do is they're going to have to fill this depth is what they do, and they've have a pretty damn good track record of those guys. And the reason why they have a good track record is those are guys that are 5th, 6th, 7th rounds on their board. Those are the first guys they go after. So they're going after drafted players. And that gives them better opportunity for those guys to play.
And the guy you spent, one of the guys you spent undrafted free agent money on last year might be your starting left guard this year in TJ Bass.
TJ Bass, yeah. So yeah, that's to me, like you say, they are good at that, in my opinion. They are more than willing to spend $100,000 on a player.
All right, hit us up. If you have more questions for Broadus, we got Darius and Tyler along with Jason on the D&M Leasing Hotline. More draft questions for Broadus with a special in-studio appearance. Rangers get a much-needed win, and is Max Scherzer closer than we think? That's all next, right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist home store. Gilchrist Automotive hooking you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV at Platinum Ford. Go see Adam Vinci. He is the GM. He's a toll. I'm going to go see him today. I was just checking out their inventory online, their used vehicles, the new vehicles. Fantastic. Tons of vehicles on the lot. You want to get a used truck? Man, you can get them right now at PlatinumFord.com, where you can customize it. Or you can head on over there. It's right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. And go see Adam Vinci and his team get you that 2023 Ford F-150 Lariat 4-wheel drive. You're going to save $11,600 off MSRP and 1.9% for 72 months. Maybe you want a Super Duty. Save over $6,000 on all Super Duty at Lariat, XLS, and XLTs. Largest selection in the state. F450s, 350s, and 250s, Ford Explorers, Ford Expeditions, the 2024 model, 2.9% for 72 months and almost $7,000 in savings off MSRP. PlatinumFord.com to customize it or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
And the Texas Rangers, beef ribs, bacon burnt ends, prime brisket, spare ribs, turkey, house-made sausage, 2 different types. Do you have a go-to favorite? that you get from Brandon?
Just give it all to me, man. Just load it up in a big wheelbarrow and bring it to me. It's all great.
HurtadoBBQ.com is the website for your next catering. They have 3 locations with a brand new one open in Mansfield. And, of course, 2 spots inside the globe. Tell them Sean and Broadus sent you.
By Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The 1-1. This ball is popped up into shallow center field. Simeon out. Tavares in. Simeon has it, and that'll do it. Kirby Yates has a 1-2-3 bottom of the ninth. He notches his first save of the season, and the Rangers record their first shutout victory in 2024. 1-0 the final.
Leclerc, Robertson, Yates.
So they dialed it up, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly how they drew it up.
With Hicksey on the call here on your home for Rangers baseball. And how about the start that they get out of the blue with all the pitching injuries and questions from Lorenzen?
Yeah, you get that good start, and he's able to go and put up a 0 on the board. It doesn't matter whether it's 3 innings or 7. Like, you want to be able to, put your team in a position to win. And this rotation has not given them a ton of innings in that Astros series. They didn't get a ton last night, but you still were able to get enough to seal this thing down.
Yeah, you get a guy that pitches to contact, and you got the 3 double play balls, and that got him out of trouble last night. So great job with. And how about Leclerc with 2 innings there, getting the 6 outs that you needed to get to the being the bridge to get to the other half. I was going to ask Jared Sandler this question today. Is it hard to broadcast a game on Jackie Robinson Day? Because everybody's wearing 42.
Yeah.
And you can't. And when they start talking about,
You're saying we should cancel it
in the Detroit bullpen, You don't know who's warming up.
That's true.
You know, you're like, somebody out in the Detroit bullpen's warming up, and we'll see who it is.
It's old 42.
It's
Mariano
old 42
Rivera down there.
Yeah, so it's.
By the way, the boss man just hit me up. Oh, and next 3 days, all afternoon baseball.
Noon.
KMC, living the life. 11:30 pregame.
11:30 pregame, noon first pitch.
Noon first pitch. Next 3 days in Detroit.
Maybe 12:10 to be exact.
12:10. Spittle hit me up and said tomorrow is National Crawfish Day.
Yes.
He was listening to Ask Reddit. Broadus and G-Bag will be celebrating after the Rangers game. This could be my wife's last meal at Shell Shack.
Yeah.
That's how much she loves it. Shell Shack, 2326 North Henderson Avenue in Dallas. I know my guy Scotty Long hooks up that account. You guys are going to be at Shell Shack. I love that. Jalen Smith taught me about Shell Shack.
Yeah. Great food.
Yeah. The crabs have better legs than he did. The kitchen sink, lemon pepper, hot, that combination, get it hot, love it.
When you were in Maryland, though, your crabs, are you just a straight Old Bay guy?
I love Old Bay, but I love that type of oil mixture.
Right.
And then
give me the garlic and the oil involved with the thing. And like I say, I like it to where the seasoning is stuck to the. Now the whole thing is
Old Bay sticks.
See, Old Bay sticks, but the problem is though you got to be able to try and find a way to get the seasoning inside the crab itself. You don't want to
say injecting your meat.
Yeah, I hate that when they put out crabs and they just dump a bunch of Old Bay on top and then they have no flavor inside. You're like, wait, how do you? The whole idea is to get the flavoring inside the.
You should cook hard shell crabs or these types of crab legs.
Steam them
in your crawfish
pot. Yeah,
seasoning.
I've got. Yeah, that is the way to do it though. You could do any of that with the crabs. It's with the liquid boil and stuff. But it's about trying to infuse that flavor. There was a place in Philly when I was living there called Chicky and Pete's that had a great way of getting the garlic and the butter and everything inside the crab.
Had you been to Ishkabibble like Bobby?
No, I've never been there. Bobby was talking about her.
I swear to God, RJ, I just went through explaining this yesterday.
Kyle Pitts told me on Twitter, you gotta go to
I'm sorry,
Ishkabibble.
you had another senile individual come on the air and mock me like Sterling. What's his name? What's your buddy in Philly? Who I can't stand, who was
Merrill Reese?
Yeah, that guy, Merrill Reese.
Oh my God, I can't believe you hate Merrill Reese.
I don't like a horse. He hates John Sterling. He was crapping on John Sterling.
John Sterling's
today.
done, right?
Yeah, he's been done.
Been done. Yeah.
Lewis Riddick.
He got hit with a foul ball. I love that. That was hilarious.
Lewis Riddick just said Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in this class, and the Tolos continuing to line up with the phone calls. Brian brought us in studio up until 9 o'clock. Special G-Bag appearance here on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Jason in Dallas. Let's keep it rolling. Go ahead, Jay. You're live on the Fan.
Hey, Brian. I got one question for me. Maybe you can help me out here. I'm kind of on the fence about it. Do you think the Cowboys should use a draft pick and try to get a one technique or hope for a second-year boom with Mozzie?
Yeah, that's man, I tell you, that's a great question because to me, Bobby, and help me here too. I'm struggling with these one techniques, the depth of. I think that's the one position. I think the three techniques are taken care of. I don't think there's one techniques that you're really jumping up and down about right now.
No. I mean the highest graded one technique you probably have is Devondre Sweat at Texas, and he has massive off the field issues too.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think Dane actually ended up putting him in the fourth round because so you're talking about the best one technique being a fourth rounder.
Well,
right
Bobby's and to the caller's question, Bobby was bringing this up last week. If the best one technique fell to you, you avoid it because Mozzie year two?
No, I mean I asked Zimmer this because do you avoid it?
No. I was just saying. I was dropping a well. I would avoid the one technique personally.
Me personally, I trust Mike Zimmer, and I trust Mike's going to try and get this guy to get back, put weight back on, and get him to play a little bit quicker. You watch the Michigan tape because we were watching Chris Jenkins, the three technique for Michigan this year. He plays slow, plays a tick slow off the ball. It's because it's a read and react system. So to me, they got to get Mozzie out of that, but they got to put the weight back on Mozzie to be able to handle the rigors of having to play in there at that one technique spot. But The kid Jackson, I don't know how much you like Jackson.
McKinley Jackson
from
at
Texas A&M.
Yeah, he's in the 4th.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's where it's very much a Sweat from Texas, Fisk from Florida State, and then now there's this massive drop-off. Mason Smith is a guy that was a 5-star recruit at LSU that didn't play like a 5-star recruit at all. And he's down there in that 4th round as well. So to me, there's a big drop-off with those one techniques here.
We'll get to text after Darius in Dallas. You're next up with brought us in studio. Darius, go ahead.
Morning, Bobby. Everybody else.
Bye, Darius.
No, I'm just kidding. Broadus, real quick, how do you feel about trading back, getting more draft capital for this year and potentially next year?
Yeah, that's I have no problem. There's a couple of spots I know on the draft show. We've kind of done some mock drafts where we've traded back in some spots and picked up an extra third. Somehow, some way, if you could get somebody like we determined, right, Bobby, that Baltimore didn't have the late 3rd round pick.
Yep.
But Buffalo, I think, was involved. San Francisco was involved. I'm trying to pick up something before the start of day 3. But you could trade to the Commanders out of the round if you want to completely do that.
If you want to lose the 5th year option, you can.
So
they've got
the 5th year option only works on the quarterback. Everybody else, go back and look at 5th year options on everybody else. How often do they get to that?
Like that they actually pick it up?
Yeah, they pick it.
I think it gets picked up like for like edge rushers and corners and stuff.
Not as much as you think.
This team picks them up pretty consistently. They've got a receiver who's about to play on one if he shows up.
But to me, I'm the possibility of trading back is I'll welcome that. I'll welcome that. I could say never want to trade away from a great player.
How many first-round players do you have?
22.
Dang, that's high.
It's usually between 18 and 24, usually.
Last couple years were lower, though.
Yes, last year was really low.
Franco, injury attorney's fan text. Brian, is the concern about the line overblown?
The offensive line? No.
Yeah, well, because the rest of Tyron staying healthy was the outlier.
Mm-hmm.
This team still has 2 All-Pros on the offensive line. They had 3 last year, right? Like most teams don't have any All-Pros on their offensive line. They have 2.
Your right guard wasn't the best he's played last year. He was not. You could say he did not play like an All-Pro last year.
But
the tackle wasn't healthy enough. The right tackle wasn't completely healthy, and the left tackle played great, but always he's going to wake up in Philadelphia and not be able to play the game because he slept in this bed wrong.
Really quickly, just because I saw the question on the fan text, and I know people wonder about that. When somebody calls it and says one technique, so the one technique is the defensive tackle. That's the nose guard. That's the
fat guy.
That's the defensive tackle that shades over the
shoulder.
outside. It's the outside shoulder of the center inside of the guard.
Right.
Tom in Jersey listening on the Odyssey app. Tom, you're live on the fan.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Excellent. Thank you.
Just want to touch up. We should not be reaching for any other position other than offensive lineman in the first round. I would like to see Powers Jackson from Oregon go.
Mm-hmm.
But if all these first fake shows having Dak replaced first round, if they reach for a quarterback first or second round, I will lose my mind and we end up getting someone like Spencer Rattler or somebody else like that, or Bo Nix. I think it should be an offensive line first round, followed by second or third. We should get Sweat or running back Trey Benson or Jonathan Brooks. Any other position is just a waste of time. Everyone wants Dak gone, but who are you going with? We drafted Trey Lance, but outside of that, you're trying for this year as well as along with the future. But if you don't have anyone to back up your quarterback, getting a quarterback in the first round, especially reaching for one, does nothing.
Thanks for the call, Tom. Give me something other than O-line. First round, you'd be fine with what other 2 positions?
Defensive tackle. I'd be happy. Byron Murphy from Texas, I'd be fine with, and I would be happy with the linebacker Cooper or Wilson from those 2. Yeah.
So what type of linebackers are we talking about? Like skill set, especially with today's
Wilson from North Carolina has an injury history to him, which everybody kind of it's pretty documented his situation. He makes every single tackle. He plays downhill. He plays sideline to sideline. He can cover. Cooper's a guy from Texas A&M. And by the way, Wilson's from North Carolina State. He's my favorite linebacker. Cooper's from Texas A&M. He had 10 sacks last year, but it wasn't as an edge rusher. He played inside, 6'3", 230 pounds, tacks really, really well, tackles well. There's a lot to like. I don't think that his strength is the blitzing aspect, not the coverage aspect, where I think Wilson is more of a complete player. So the defensive tackle 3 or the linebacker at 24 would be, I'd be okay with either one of those.
Chad in Pilot Point.
Ooh.
Next up, Chad, you're live on the Fan. Go ahead.
Morning, boys.
What's up?
Brian, I've got a question, and it's kind of getting answered as these questions have gone by, but I know Dallas likes letting the draft come to them,
right,
and they put themselves in the position for need, but if they were to move up in let's just say the first 3 rounds, who do you see them moving up, especially in the first round? But I'm more thinking, really.
Yeah, Fuaga from the Oregon. I think there's a lot of people that I've never really had him.
Oregon center?
No. Oregon State tackle. Fuaga. He's a guy they had. Bobby, correct me again. If they had him as a combine visit, a 30 visit, this is a guy that I never ever dreamed him getting to them. So to me, that's a trade up right there.
Final draft calls, and Bobby does the exact same segment from yesterday. And Belo,
Caitlin Clark next.
Belo, the belt next on the Fan.
Let's get
Mom.
Let's
It's
get
not
you-
next.
Let's get your carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zero Res Way. Best carpet cleaner in the industry. It is the RJ Choppy Fan Special from Zero Res. You want to get that carpet professionally clean, and you can do that at Zero Res with a special offer this week. All right, so normally we get the RJ Choppy Fan Special. That's great. This week's special offer, we're going to use the promo code RANGERS24, RANGERS24, because this is the year 2024. You're going to get a pair of tickets to a May Texas Ranger game. You're one of the first 100 customers to complete a cleaning in April. You got to use the code RANGERS24 to get those pair of tickets from Zero Res. You're going to get your carpet professionally cleaned every year. That carpet, biggest air filter you got. All the dirt, dust, and allergens trapped in the carpet fibers make you and your family sick. So get it cleaned up. Zero Res, promo code RANGERS24. Pair of tickets to a May Ranger game for the first 100 customers to complete cleaning in April. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326. Or ZeroResDallas.com. Pull it backwards or forwards. It spells the same as Zero Res.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And also, just a reminder, Tolos, the path to the draft is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at one of the 8 DFW Pluckers locations Thursday, April 25th.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. How will Caitlin Clark adjust to WNBA basketball? Is she ready for the physicality? Is she ready for the pressure? Sean Sharif would like to talk about that for the final 90 minutes of the show.
You guys get mocked for supporting Caitlin Clark like I do for my co-host.
No.
Do you guys even talk about it?
Oh, we talk about women's sports all the time. We really do. It'll be on the TV, and we bring it up. Like, we will talk about what's going on with NCAA women's volleyball.
I don't just talk about it. I be about it. I go to Keller softball games, Sean,
yeah.
you know.
Good
so,
point.
you know, that's what I do.
So it's you and Bassick at Pluckers? So it's just you at Pluckers. Then.
That's what KNC said.
Yeah.
That it's just going to be me there.
Yeah, I could just see that.
Even if he's there, it's just you.
I've decided if Mike does that, I'm gonna stop supporting his TV career. I'm never gonna reference him on Bally. I haven't done it this morning, even though I should wait for him to ditch me at Pluckers before I boycott his television career.
Well, I really enjoy when...
Because I hate Bally already. I might as well hate Mike on there.
I'll tell you what, I love to listen to broadcasts, but I love when Jarrett does the games with Hicksy. I really do enjoy, and nothing against Eric Nadell. I know he's a Hall of Famer and all that.
Yeah.
But I really do the interaction that Hicksy and Jarrett have. They have a lot of fun during the games. And I was out listening to him driving around, and I like I say, I hope we don't lose Jarrett one day. I hope we don't lose him.
They're both wannabe hip hop artists.
Yeah.
As you learned at your dinner.
Yeah.
What you remember of dinner in Surprise. That was your drunk day, right?
How about Hicksy was so, they both were so surprised that I was drunk, how drunk I was.
Yeah, I can't get you to drink.
Yeah.
I almost
that was a bet payoff. Mardi Gras Brian. Well, I won the Masters pool, Choppy. You know that.
I saw that.
Yeah, Mr. Golf over there.
I drowned it in Tito's today.
I guess Reed screwed me. Patrick Reed screwed me.
Yeah, I was a little worried, but Shoffley with that bogey on 18,
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, oh, Salad. I won by one stroke.
So what are you winning for that? From
$300. Something perfect for me. $300 specs.
Oh, perfect for the drunk.
Yeah,
perfect for the lush.
I'll take it.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll buy it off you for $150 right now.
$150.
All right. Enough golf and WNBA. Let's talk about a real sport, the NFL. We got one more call here that we're going to get to before we repeat a segment, according to Sean. Let's go to Tyler in Arkansas. Tyler, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. First of all, Woo Pig, Brian.
Woo Pig, right.
I got just two quick questions, man. The injury concerns for JPJ.
Yeah.
And like I said, since I'm a big fan of Arkansas, have you watched Dwight McLaughlin? I believe he used to play for LSU before he transferred.
Yep.
And what round would you have him in?
I'll get to that first. I thought you were going to ask me a question about Limmer, the center, is what I thought you were going to hit me with.
You like Limmer.
I like Limmer a lot. And with McLaughlin, I have in the fourth round and I'll tell you what, yeah, you're right. He was a transfer from LSU. There's a lot of good corners in this thing, Bobby. You kind of see, I mean, the depth of the corner position.
I don't know we should rule out drafting corner
I'm
pretty
not
high up.
Yep.
I'm not, like, if the right one's there, I'm not opposed to it. Now, like, I view it, to me, I only have two guys in the first round.
Yeah.
Wiggins and Arnold.
Mm-hmm.
That's Nate Wiggins from Clemson, Terry and Arnold
Yeah.
from Alabama. But after that, I got a lot of guys in the second and third round.
Yeah, our Arkansas guy that he was asking about, he is right. He's a transfer from LSU. He is a fluid-moving guy. He's got decent speed. He's got the length. He's 6'2". He's 185. And I'll tell you what, I think he's a little bit of a gambler with the way he plays. But when you watch him cover, man, he has the ability to create turnovers, to be able to knock the ball down. He's got ball skills to intercept and stuff like that. He's going to punch the ball, rip the ball. So he's got a feel for how to play the position, and he's got the height that Mike Zimmer really, really likes.
So let's talk about.
Do you think Zimmer? I'm sorry, Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Zimmer? How will his say be different, if at all, from Dan Quinn input?
Yeah, he's gonna. He's going to want sticky. He's going to want sticky corners. He's going to want corners that are bigger than 5'11". He's going to want interchangeable safeties that are able to play up, play back. He's going to want smart guys. If you're not a smart guy, he can't play you. Wow. He's going to want size at linebacker. If he doesn't get the size at linebacker, you better be instinctive like what Dat Wynn was and Dexter Coakley. Other than that, you can't play for Mike Zimmer.
Great profile. Ryan with the great Zimmer shot somehow on the fan cam and Twitch and YouTube. Awesome.
This is what Ryan does. So Brian and I have narrowed it down to 6 names. These were 6 names that I referenced yesterday. Wasn't that right, Payne? Didn't I reference 6 names yesterday?
You teased it.
Really quickly, I'm going to list the names, and then tomorrow during Below the Belt, we'll get into who these guys are and why I think they're. All right, so now here's the payoff on the 24-hour tease, Sean, that I told you about yesterday.
I'll take a lowercase L on that.
All right,
very rare.
It could be an I. You never know.
Let's
just run through, do quick capsules real quick from Brian on these guys.
You're that petty? You had Peyton pull that tease?
Yeah. Yes, I walked right in there. I was like, hey, can you pull this? Yeah. So, Brian, let's talk about the centers real quick. Just give me quick, because I know we've talked about the names, but let's give just quick scouting reports on each of these 6. Graham Barton, Duke. That to me is the odds-on favorite right now for them to take it 24.
Yeah, this guy, he was an offensive tackle, though, the majority of his career. He was a center early in his career, but he's like Velcro when he plays with guys. You see him get latched onto people. There's no separation there. He's got instinct. He's got awareness. He can adjust to twists and stunts and stuff. Makes him perfect for playing the inside game.
Like everybody around the league talks about, he's one of the smartest players in the draft.
Yeah,
Graham Barton is very, very high IQ football player. Jackson Powers Johnson, center from Oregon.
Yeah, he's got rare athletic traits for a guy that's 6'3", 328 pounds. He's a road grader. You can see the foot speed, the movement once he gets in space. He's very good with the angles. I've seen him get 2 blocks on one play. Hits a guy, knocks him down, gets another block. The same thing. You're struggling in the running game. This guy right here helps you in the running game.
All right, so one of the names that we had talked about, a guy who there's some project him to be a guard at the next level. I don't think he reaches 24, but there's at least a possibility. It seems like there's chatter here. That's Troy Fatano at Washington, who may have some tackle and guard flexibility here.
Yeah, you're right about both with that thing. The thing that I really, really like about the way that Fatano, the way that he plays, is the fact of how he plays in space. That's something to me. I think that you have to be able to have that ability to play like on second levels and make things happen and don't just like fall off, guys. But this is an explosive player. He's got athletic ability. He's effortless in the way he plays. There's a lot to like about his game.
Now, we've talked a lot about tackles and different projections that they have here. I know you said you would take the centers over the tackles, but let's talk about 3 tackles that could be in play here. So the first one, Amarius Mims at Georgia, who when Choppy was reading the Mel Kiper mock draft earlier today, they mocked him just ahead of Dallas to Philly. But Amarius Mims at Georgia, your thoughts on him, right tackle?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the thing about him is this is a massive guy. He's 6'8", he's 340 pounds. If I was in that war room, I would be telling Jerry Jones this could be your next Flozell Adams. Ooh. That kind of body type. And so that's how I would explain it to him. He missed 6 games this year, so there's very limited amount of tape you've seen of him playing. He could be a little top heavy at time, but his size is a problem for defenders. When he gets into his man, he's going to get movement. He's going to get push. He's going to be able to neutralize whoever he plays.
Would you be afraid of taking a guy that you only had 8 games of college tape
I would be a little nervous about that, but you can watch the Ohio State playoff game, and you're thinking like, okay, this is a big-time game. He played very, very well in that game.
What positions would that amount of tape not scare you on? Like quarterback, really
it really would scare you at quarterback, because I heard you say it the other day on the radio. We had a run there where we were going through quarterbacks, one-year quarterbacks and stuff like that. Akili Smith was another one that I remember. Ryan Leaf was another one back in the day that was really a one-year starter as well. But yeah, all positions, to be honest with you, Chop, would scare me. If I can't see you playing at a high level for a whole season, that's a struggle to me. I'll try and put you the best place I can, but I have the more problems with Mims just because it's the whole thing with the floor and the ceiling thing.
Yeah.
When they talk about, the ceiling's this, the floor is this. That confuses the hell out of me. But I understand where people say, well, his ceiling is this. Mims has the ability to have a very, very high ceiling.
Because are you looking for just as much looking for mistakes as you
traits.
Are for traits?
I'm looking at traits. I'm looking at what I'm talking about with movement. What I'm talking about with football smarts. Is the guy busting? Is he giving up twist stunts? Is he missing assignments? These are all things when you don't play a lot, you kind of don't see those things. So you have a checklist of things you're going through, and the more tape you have to evaluate a player, that's why we're able to evaluate Brock Purdy. Evaluate him because he's a 4-year star. Yeah, in all the games that he plays. You could do the same things with Michael Penix, all the games that he played as well.
2 more names. Tyler Guyton at Oklahoma.
Yeah.
The Cowboys have had a lot of great success drafting Tylers out of Oklahoma with pick 24.
Yeah, this guy, he's a right tackle with the Sooners, and he's got a combination of the length and the athletic ability. The movement skills are nice for how tall he is. The problem is that there's sometimes where he doesn't play with his knees bent. He plays really tall, and that could give him some problems with sometimes when guys get underneath him. But I like the fact he's 6'8", he's 322, and when they run the ball behind him, you can see he can clear a path with the way he blocks.
Tyler Guyton and Amari Sims, 2 guys who are right tackles. Which one are you more comfortable flipping to left?
I would take Guyton.
Guyton, okay. And then the last name, the sleeper name that I think is building a little momentum, and a guy that I like a lot. I know I like him more than you do, but it's Kingsley Suamataia, the tackle out of BYU. Your thoughts on him, and do you view him at all as a guard, or do you think he's strictly tackle?
I think he can play tackle, and I love the way that name just rolls right off your tongue. Yeah. But yeah, this kid transferred from Oregon, and he got homesick. I mean, he really, really got homesick, and that's why he went to BYU. He's Mormon. He believes in his faith, but he got so homesick that he had to leave Oregon, or we would be talking about him playing it for them and playing probably pretty well. He struggled a little bit in the Texas game with their athletic ability off the edge. The Texas Tech game, he was a lot better, but the good balance. He's effective when he can pull. He's one of those guys. I feel like that maybe the hands, the feet need a little bit better coordination. But overall, man, when you're picking him, when you're looking at 24, the spot where he's probably going to be picked at, that guy right there is not a bad choice.
Well, look, I know you enjoyed doing it, but thank you for the time this morning. Thank you for all the work. Woolchuck, what people don't realize, y'all just give us extra segments and content during the dead season. It's my favorite event, even though I don't know 1/100th of the players that you all do. I love just listening to it. Like, seriously, I know a lot of people put on the radio or stream and watch a game. I just do it with ESPN or NFL Network on TV and then have y'all with the draft. I love it. Y'all crush it. It bothers me that the ratings for it aren't as good as they should be. Hopefully all the Tolos change that, because if you listen to any other draft coverage locally, you're robbing yourself. But go ahead. You can rob yourself, but y'all crush it, and I know you're the one who leads the way every year. So thank you for the time.
Yeah, and I thank you
for getting me kicked off this year for Walchuk.
Yeah.
I meant to include that.
Yeah, well, thank you for your thoughts on Kyle Pitts yesterday, that you said none of us got him right. So we appreciate you talking about it.
We don't know that yet. We don't know that yet. He finally has a quarterback.
Did you love Kyle Pitts?
I thought Kyle Pitts I thought he was going to be special player.
I think Kirk Cousins could change that.
He finally has a quarterback.
Arthur Smith.
I heard Sean yesterday said, yeah, all you media scouts telling me how damn good Kyle Pitts is.
You see how we have to each end with the petty?
Yeah.
Thank you, Broadus.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Brian Broadus in studio as a special surprise. We'll have Josh Smith from the Rangers at 9:20. Maybe Stephen Jones calls in at 9 o'clock. But let's drink beer, check out cars on the farm with Luka Doncic next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jack.
fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Our thanks to Brian Broaddus for coming in for over 90 minutes here on a Tolo Tuesday to preview the NFL draft. We'll see if we can get Zach Wilczuk next week. We're going to get Josh Smith. We're benefiting from KMC not having to work at all over the next 3 days, as Rangers Player Show going to take place at 9:20 this morning following the 1-0 win in Detroit. And are we getting possible good news on Max Scherzer, Bobby?
That is the hope. So he's starting to ramp things up a little bit. Last Wednesday, he had a 40-pitch bullpen session, which felt good coming out of that. Didn't have any, he said, since his surgery, he's had no nerve pain, which they said is unusual and is a good sign that he's on track. Well, yesterday he threw 25 pitches of live batting practice, according to Kennedy Landry, and initial evaluations said Scherzer would return in June, but he told reporters that he's now eyeing early May. So the next step is 40 pitches on Friday, and then a first rehab start could come as early as next week. So we might be getting Max Scherzer back a month early.
That'd be great. That'd be great news. The rotation needs it. And maybe if you do get him back early, you don't have to panic and do a panic move for a starting pitcher in a trade department. Because if you make a trade now, it's going to cost you a little bit more than it would in July.
Yeah, and Bochy specifically said yesterday when he was asked about it, he said that he was particularly surprised with how good his location is right now at this stage of the rehab. So he's impressed, and he thinks that Scherzer's on track.
Are they panicking in L.A. after Chris Broussard's report on FS1 while previewing Mavs Clippers starting Sunday?
If Kawhi Leonard is healthy, then I've got a lot of confidence. Sure. All right, I've got a lot. And I just was in contact with somebody in the know. They said the Clippers are concerned. They said there's a lot of swelling in the knee. He hasn't practiced.
I'm not in the know.
So if Kawhi's out, obviously, I think Dallas will beat them.
Yes.
All right, because I like Dallas. Luka's my MVP. I like Dallas a lot. Their defense, since they put in Gafford and P.J. Washington and Derrick Jones Jr., like, the defense has been among the best in the league.
Yes.
All right, and then obviously you got the two dynamite scorers. So I like Dallas a lot, but if the Clippers are healthy, I got them winning that.
He is sounding more and more like Avery Johnson, by the way, the older that Chris Broussard gets. But
good reference.
Look, I mean, you're conflicted here, right? Because you go on the one hand, like, how often has Broussard been right in recent years? He's still right about some stuff, and I don't doubt there are people around the NBA who still have good relationships with him and would speak to him about these kinds of things. But still, like, he's not necessarily breaking a bunch of these types of stories. This is a massive note that you would think other people would be just as on top of. And you know, there's been talk about Kawhi's having trouble with the knee a little bit, but not to the extent that Broussard just referenced there. But again, it's also not a leap to think, oh, Kawhi Leonard might be hurt. Like, that sounds completely within the realm of possibility.
And that takes us to the Luka Doncic profile piece in Esquire that you sent over.
Yes, so Luka Doncic did not declare his draft plans through Esquire, though. It was not like y'all's buddy, who was it, Angel Reese, where she announced through Vogue.
Vogue, yes. This is the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing to talk about it. Fine, talk about your love of cars. That's fine. But then don't also go like, I'm also signing with, the Supersonics or whatever.
This is pretty cool. I read through this after you sent it over.
It's good.
It's good. He brought 5 of his cars to their interview, set up there on the Trinity.
Yeah, it's always like, how do you get all 5 there? You got to hire 4 of the people to drive them around for you.
Or your posse. Be like, you're doing this today.
Yep.
He said his first luxury car was a Porsche Panamera. I don't know.
Is it a Panorama? I think it's the Panorama.
No, it's Panamera.
Yeah, you just know the word.
It's a different. Okay.
You just know the word Panorama.
I'm sorry, my neighbor sells Porsches. I know all about them.
He says he has 13 cars now. There's still a Porsche 911 in Slovenia. And he brought all these out here for the photo shoot. They had the fluorescent purple Lamborghini Urus, signature red Ferrari 812 Superfast, a marine blue 68 Chevy Camaro, and an Apocalypse, that Hellfire truck that is his favorite, the big monster.
That's the monster out there. That's a lot of sports cars.
And this guy noticed a lot of miles on all the odometers, and Luka's like, I like to drive. It's personal time. Sometimes late at night, just around. In the summertime, I like to drive by the water.
I feel like I just like the stereo, like the European, Eastern Euro bro likes sports cars at a way higher rate than we do. We love them, but that's what they want.
I do like that his release, though, his time to decompress is the late night drive. That is also an all-time favorite of mine.
Is it?
Yep. Roll down the windows, if you can't sleep, go hop in the car, just drive around at night. This definitely, though, this profile piece, I can't help but laugh. When you see a typical profile piece on an athlete, you're used to, just the typical sports writing way of delivery. This is so Esquire, the way this thing opens. It says, the star Dallas Mavericks guard is such a car enthusiast that he brings not one but 5 of them to our interview. We meet at a paved bluff on the southern edge of Dallas's Trinity River under an open sky filled with golden end of winter light. And it's like, oh, okay, all right, this is the kind of way we're getting. But this is really good, I think, overall. And it's hard to tell, obviously, in terms of just when you're reading quotes or whatever else. This definitely feels like he is at a completely relaxed state right now, and he's at a comfortable state. And
when he was drinking a lot of Coronas during the interview.
Well, there's that too. But in general, he seems like he's in a place right now that hasn't it always felt like for his entire time here, other than maybe his rookie year when he was here with Dirk, it's felt like he's just a little on edge at times. He's a little testy about where everything is. Not that he's a malcontent or anything else, but it seems like he's frustrated. This could be better. We could be better. You see him have his times where he gets. I think he does.
No, I think he's shown. First of all, I don't think we know a ton about him, but he always comes across as very content in his interviews. He's not content on the floor when he's getting texts, but off the floor, I've not gathered any or formed any major opinion about Luka Doncic off the court.
No.
Yeah, I don't think he's let us.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about I'm talking about here. It's like when he's talking about the basketball team, like the way he talks about this. And it's not like who he is off the court. He may be like that normally when he's just
I
at home.
haven't felt like he's been frustrated with the franchise off the floor either.
Not frustrated, but just testy with I need some help here. I need that we got to be better. I need some help. And I think that's the thing is that he's finally got it. Now, one of the things that's interesting here that they write about in the pieces, we've heard so much about his conditioning heading into years and how, where's the weight at? Does he come away from the basketball that he plays in the offseason? Does he, in that 1 month time, just pound Coronas and go nuts and coming out of shape? He said one of the biggest things for him why this season has been the best of his career is it's because of maturity, continuing to learn the game. And he said specifically, he said hiring a personal body team, quote unquote. He said it included a physiotherapist, a strength and conditioning coach, and a nutritionist. He said that's part of what has changed. I'm doing more lifting, more recovery, all of these things, which wasn't this. This is when Dirk, I think, had said this was about the age that he figured out how to take care of his body.
Yeah, he stopped eating junk food during the season, and he was basically all about his fitness, completely all about it. And he became, Dirk became a better rebounder as he got older. He taught himself, I don't know, the conditioning, be able to get down low and body people up and take just the easy way out by just running up the floor.
And so, maybe that's it. Maybe it's clicking around the same time because, like Luka said, it's pretty much just maturity and coming to that point where you're having those things taken care of. The quote that was in here that was really interesting was they were asking him about how the team has played since the All-Star break and obviously since the trade and everything else. And Luka said, everything has just clicked since the All-Star break. The chemistry and energy have been different. We've been playing well together. Having Daniel Gafford, guys like PJ Washington, that's been huge. I've learned more from Kyrie this year. I've also tried to step up as a leader, being more vocal, keeping everyone involved. And I think that's when we've tried to figure out recently what's the reason that it's worked with Kyrie here so far. Why is that Kyrie-Luka relationship worked out the way that it has? I think this is interesting because when he's talked about teammates before, I don't know, maybe he did with Dirk early on, but I don't know that I've ever heard him talk as about a teammate as a basketball IQ equal or learning other things from them. And I wonder if that's one of the reasons why it's working this time is because Luka's this is the first guy you've put next to me that I view him on my, I respect the way he looks at the game. He looks at it the way I do and the way that he can control the game. I think that's part of why this works now.
Yeah, you can say what you want about Kyrie. He's still going to be regarded as an all-time great and a Hall of Famer. He can do things on a practice floor, basketball floor that no one else in the world can or has been able to do. I would think that Luka respects that. And he says that he does. He also talked about his underhand shot he made against Houston. He's like, no, that's the same thing I did when I was bartending. So I learned he was a bartender. I learned his favorite
Mike McCarthy.
His favorite beer is Corona.
Yes.
He said he is that Coors Light for you?
I'm not as into Coors Light anymore. It's still my go-to light beer, but Corona is what I will just crave. That's that. And I could pound those like there's no tomorrow.
After cars, his next favorite thing is collecting watches.
Okay.
And
I never understood that.
Neither him or the interviewer had the time set correctly. The interviewer was like, don't look at mine. And Luke was like, don't worry, mine is screwed up as well. You don't understand people who collect watches?
I don't understand watches. We all have a phone, right? It's like it's an accessory. It's a style, right? It's an accessory thing. To me, you're asking for a tan line.
That's how you view it?
That's how I view it.
Okay.
Yep. You're asking for a tan line there.
I've never understood it as just like, I mean, I get it. It's an accessory. When was the last time you wore a watch, Sean? Like,
oh my God. It only for like a fancy dinner will I put one on. That's it.
Is it just a general
accessory,
one, or is it one like you like spend some money on? Like it's a
no.
Really
I never have bought one. It's as a gift.
Whenever somebody like,
I'm not going to go and spend money on a watch. That's me.
I don't like. I
look at my style.
Peyton's a big watch guy. Aren't you a watch guy?
I can see that.
I have like 2 or 3, but I mean they don't tell the right time. They're broken. I use
but you still put them on, don't you?
Yeah, I just wear it out. Fancy events though.
He also says, yeah, I like Texas, but he's getting a farm in Slovenia when he's done.
Oh.
His friends, I don't picture Luka Doncic on a farm. And he's like, no, I'm not going to mess with the livestock, but I'm going to be there for a ton of pets. He has 3 dogs. And in the off season, he goes to the coast in Croatia. He has an RV there.
Oh, wow.
It's on a campsite he used to go to as a kid. I just never pictured Luka Doncic going and chilling in an RV or on a farm.
He's like Rick Ross, got a farm. He's got some farm animals out there and hanging out and
like so when he's retired, when he steps away, it's going to be like a chore to like get him whenever they try and like gather grades for like NBA All-Star Weekend or whatever. It's like, well, we got to go get Luka off the farm in Slovenia. Oh, he's not there. Right. We'll go check the coast of Croatia and check out the RVs. Just bang on them until you find which one he's sitting at. That doesn't seem like
Luka's going to be letting himself go real fast.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He did say apparently that his favorite spot around Dallas, he wouldn't reveal what it is. Can't blame him. But he did say that he's got a little wine bar that he likes to go frequent. And he's like, I'm not telling you what it is, but that's my spot to go unwind.
I'm surprised it hasn't gotten out. Like he's not that hard to spot.
Yeah, I think I know which one it is. I've been over there. It's cool. Very cool. I think I know. I know it's Dirk's spot. I would guess that it's Luka's spot. He said he would like to have his daughter play tennis. There you go, close to my heart. He plays in the summer. His serve is his best shot, and that his daughter's name, probably the only tattoo that he would add to the collection, and that he's pretty much done with the ink.
I think it's a really good article.
He loves grilling, not cooking. He can make eggs, but that's about it.
Man, he's like us. He grills like you and he makes eggs like me. Like, I mean, I think that it's actually, I mean, it's a really, because we don't know as much about Luke, I actually do think it's like a really interesting article. I'll put it up on the show Facebook page. But in general, I mean, I think things are feeling good right now. He clearly seems like, not just because of this, just in general, like he seems like he's in a good space right now. This whole team is, and that they've got a real shot in this run.
All right, let's welcome in someone from the Texas Rangers, the Players Show, brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life, featuring Josh Smith. Josh Smith joins us on the Home of the Champs next. But if you've been feeling tired, grumpy, you've noticed a lack of motivation and drive, weight gain, loss of muscle mass affecting your life, these could all be signs of low testosterone levels. At the Low T Center, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It's just a simple blood test. And with their on-site lab, you're going to get your results back in about 25 minutes. The Low T Center is not your typical doctor's office. It is concierge medicine.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Lefty to lefty. And here's the pitch. Swung on, line drive, center field, base hit. One run is home. Here comes Walsh around third. He will try to score. The throw to the plate, a moonshot that overthrows the plate by about 15 feet. Down to second goes Smith, and the Rangers lead 3-0.
And of course, that was not yesterday's game, or not a ton of games recently, with the Rangers trying to score some more runs than they got yesterday, but it was good enough for a win, 1-0 in Detroit. That was the setup for the Rangers Players Show. It's Josh Smith, brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who is your beneficiary? And Josh is joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline from Detroit on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, man. How are you?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing pretty well. Do you enjoy these 3 straight day games that are coming up? Like, is that a nice change of the schedule or kind of annoying?
It's not too bad. It's pretty good weather, so at least it's not as cold here in Detroit.
Well, because with the day game comes, you got time to fill at night. What does one do with a free night or two in Detroit?
We actually have a little team dinner planned, so I think we're going to all get together after the game and go out to dinner somewhere, so that'll be fun.
Is there a number 1 seed for best road city to be in, and then on the other side, the worst road city to be in for having, time off or a day off in those cities?
I think the best for me, I love New York. I love going to New York. I think that's fun. Toronto's another good one. On the not so good one, I'd say for me personally, I think Cincinnati wasn't a ton to do, but the field itself was pretty nice.
You don't like the chili?
Yeah, I'm not trying to eat that pregame.
What is your pregame meal?
I usually just do some chicken and rice. Try to keep it light, not too much. Maybe throw some avocado in there.
Who has the the craziest pregame meal where you're like, how are you eating this before you go out and play?
I don't know about pregame meal, but Lorenzen's pretty strict on his diet. I saw him carrying some bone broth with him the other day. So
really?
He has his own bone broth, brings his own butter to the field, so he's straight locked into his diet.
His own butter?
Yeah.
Wow. Is he rocking that Kerry Gold stuff, I bet? Is he
Yeah, Kerry Gold.
Is he at least heat the bone broth up, or is he just drink it cold?
I'm not sure. It looked like he was drinking it. It was steaming, so I'd imagine it's pretty hot.
Yeah, that would be that seems a little troubling. Is there anybody on the team that with their pregame ritual or whatever else, they've got one that you say to yourself, that's borderline psycho behavior? What is wrong with you?
No, there's nothing too crazy. Everybody's so different, man. It's nothing stands out, so nothing I can think of, honestly.
Josh Smith joining us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. So I've said that, Bradford was the pitching surprise of the early season, and you're the offensive surprise. The average up over 300. How much do you attribute to the changes you made in the batting stance this offseason, and what were the changes?
Yeah, a lot. There's a lot of work that went into it. Obviously, still every day trying to tweak things, make it right. But really, just kind of changed my stance a little bit, not swaying back and forth so much. So to keep it simple, just trying to keep my head still as long as possible.
So you're obviously much younger than we are, so you're gonna have different guys. But we all grew up emulating different batting stances while playing wiffle ball and home run derby. So since we're talking about stances, who did you copy? Who was how many different batting stances can you do, and who did you emulate?
Man, I honestly don't think I emulate anybody, really. It's just kind of what's been.
Well, growing up, 8, 9, 10 years old?
I don't know, man. It's always just kind of been what was comfortable to me, and then I was hitting so bad, I was like, maybe I should try to get uncomfortable, and so that's kind of what we did now. So it was uncomfortable at the beginning of the year, but it's worked a little bit better. So trying to get comfortable in it.
So, because he asked about being a kid, and I've got two young kids. They don't watch actual baseball. They watch highlights. Did you watch a lot of baseball growing up, or because the kids don't generally watch it game to game because there are so many of them? Were you like a seamhead even as a kid?
I grew up watching a lot of baseball. Being from Louisiana, sad to say, but we got all the Astros games on. So I grew up loving Craig Biggio. He was my guy.
You want to tell them what you think about Louisiana, RJ, since we're all comfortable now?
I don't think Louisiana. I think northern Louisiana is just southern Arkansas, but I think southern Louisiana's got some character to it. You're from the southern part of the state. That's okay.
It's got some good culture.
And New Orleans?
I think New Orleans is probably the worst, but in the world.
Yeah, I'm personally not very fond of New Orleans, but I know a bunch of people from there. They love it, but I love growing up in Louisiana.
What's your issue with New Orleans? Because generally, I feel like people from Louisiana are aggressively defending that area, like from any sort of criticism or whatever else. What's the issue with New Orleans for you?
For me, every time I went there, it's just so wild, man, and I don't know. I just feel like every time I went there, I was always looking over my shoulder, like wondering if somebody looking after me or something like that, So I just kind of always was a little sketched out by it, but there's some parts that are pretty nice.
Who did you base number 8 off of, or what off of?
I wish I could tell you. I don't know. I just kind of grew up. My mom said I always liked that number, so I don't know. I had it in high school, and then went back to it this year. But I didn't really have it after anybody. So
Choppy is our bar game champion here, like useless things to do in a bar. Like
darts.
He's great at darts. He's pretty good at pool. And we hear that you're in that mix in the Rangers clubhouse, playing cards, ping pong. Would you be the bar game champion in the clubhouse? And who else would be able to compete with you? And what's your specialty?
I do play a lot of cards. I'm an okay player. I think there's a lot of guys better than me, but if we had like a bar trick, I actually got into a limbo off one time at a bar and came in second place, so that was pretty good.
A limbo off?
Yeah, pretty sneaky, flexible.
Wow! I'm stunned. I haven't heard anybody do the limbo in 20 years.
I was going to say, isn't a limbo off just a limbo? Like, isn't that just a limbo line? Wouldn't that be all that
No,
is?
it was a limbo off. It was me and one kid, and he was pretty damn good.
So we hear that your wife is an influencer. What is she influencing, and how many random boxes come to the house when you're home for her to show off on social?
Oh my gosh. You guys should see our front door. We constantly get knocked on packages, probably getting delivered every hour of the day. She's big into like girls fashion, girls style, and so she does a good job with that.
Has she gotten to the point now, because us working in radio, we get some nice hookups and connections, and I refuse, number one, to try to pay for anything, and I certainly won't pay full price for anything. So is she like that? She's like, no, I can get this. I can influence it. Has it cut down on her shopping spending since she's getting all the free stuff?
Yeah, she gets a lot of free stuff. She does a lot of shopping too, though. So with the way she does things is she can buy something and then people can see what she buys and they can buy the same thing and she gets paid off of that. So it's a nice little setup. She basically gets paid to shop.
So because she's getting something, it doesn't sting the pocketbook as much.
Yeah, it's not as bad. It hurts a little bit, but not too bad.
What's your Amazon weakness?
Mine?
Yeah. If you're going to shop, if you're going to order, if you're going to go down a rabbit hole of maybe buying some things, what is it?
Man, I'm not a big shopper, honestly. I like clothes, but I don't buy those from Amazon. She kind of handles all the Amazon stuff, the dish pods, the paper towels. So she does a really good job of helping me out with that. But I'm not a big Amazon guy.
I was gonna guess hair products for you.
Good hair.
Surprising. I don't use any hair products.
What? Wow. That's just a natural curl and wave?
Yeah, you just wash it once a week. That's the key.
Once a week? You're an athlete. You sweat.
I know. I really don't sweat too bad, but it's actually unhealthy if you wash your hair every day.
Do you itch? You have no dandruff issues?
No, I don't. It's just, it builds up the natural oils and it just kind of flows into place.
Wow. So you're playing a July game in Atlanta in the outdoors, and you don't wash the hair after every game?
No, I wet it, but I don't wash it. It doesn't smell either, so.
Unbelievable.
Josh Smith here with the grooming tips on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
All right, so one of the things we see, Josh, you list on your Twitter profile that you're a proud LSU alum, baseball player, everything else. But then there's a note in there also that says movie connoisseur. So is that the go-to road trip thing for you? Like you got to fit in a movie, or you got to go to the theater, or what's? Give us your general thoughts on like your top movies.
Yeah, so I honestly I still watch movies, but not as much as I used to. But play a lot of cards now. But my go-to movie is Primal Fear. That's a really good one.
Oh,
that's great.
It's forgotten about. I'm very proud of him being 26 years old. You can go back to Primal Fear. That's great.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Is there a movie that universally is really well loved, but you've never seen, and you're kind of like embarrassed? Like, I've never seen Tombstone. Never seen it, right? I know that I've got to see it, but is there one that you have to see you just haven't seen?
You know, I've seen Shawshank Redemption, but it was so long ago that I could rewatch it and not remember a thing about it. So maybe that one, I guess. I don't know too much about it, but I have seen it. But I've seen a good bit of movies.
What's the last one you've seen in theater?
The last movie I've seen in theater, geez, I think I've been in the theater like twice since COVID. But the last one I actually saw was that new romantic comedy called Anyone But You. I think is what it's called. Anyone But You or Anything But You.
Yeah, we're not familiar with those rom-coms. Josh, we're a host of sports show here.
It's Sydney Sweeney.
You guys should get into them.
Sydney Sweeney. I love how Josh conveniently left her out. Like he didn't know. He didn't know Sydney Sweeney was starring in it.
I knew she was starring in it.
Josh Smith joins here, the fan. Your thoughts on the Fast and the Furious franchise of movies?
Oh gosh.
I think they've just gone way too far. I think the first couple were awesome, but now it's just ridiculous.
I agree. They were awesome, but it has gone a bit.
After Paul Walker, they've kind of fell off.
Yeah, when they drove a Pontiac Fiero into space in the last one, I thought that was a bit much.
A little unrealistic.
I haven't even seen. I don't think I've seen past Fast 18, whatever they have now, but.
All right, Josh, thank you so much, man. Jared Sandler told us you would be fantastic. You have been. Congratulations on the stance adjustments and the awesome start to the season, man. Keep it going and have a good one today and this week.
All right, appreciate you guys.
Josh Smith, beautiful hair.
Great hair.
Maybe smelly, but beautiful hair. Brought to you by Golden Chick and Globe Life. Everyone has beneficiaries. Not everyone has life insurance. Globe Life, who is your beneficiary? He's got a mane. You got a mane,
and people are saying that you actually get the dandruff because you wash it too much, because your scalp becomes dry. So maybe he's onto something. No dandruff because he doesn't wash it.
Let's crosstalk with the K&C masterpiece on the home of the Rangers next. But I want to go ahead.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with a K and C masterpiece. We got Kevin Hegland and Corey Majors. Good morning, fellas, with what looks like a very messy and rainy Tuesday right now.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about that?
I like this kind of weather as a human. I don't like it having to drive in it because,
That's part of being a human.
Fair.
Because people don't know how to drive in it.
Yeah, and that could go either way, right? Because some people will jump in and be like, I know people are driving too slow. And then there's other people who will be like, oh, people are driving like maniacs out there. I just, in general, think people drive poorly in the rain.
And in dry.
That's fair.
I want you to ask them the Ask Reddit question of 100 people and see what each of them would say after Corey teases their show.
Guys, potentially Stephen Jones at 10:20 today.
Or 10:40
or 10:40.
Whenever he feels
or
like
now.
It. Yeah,
or now.
Whenever he feels
Actually,
like it.
not now. I'm pretty sure not now. The crosstalk is too
valuable.
It's too valuable. It really is. This crosstalk is, from what I've been told, the greatest crosstalk in the history of radio.
Who told you that?
Oh man,
listeners,
I don't know. Did you hear a G-Bag crosstalk yesterday?
No.
We probably won't revisit that. Okay, instead, I know we got to get to Reddit. I want to ask you a question. I want to see if we can come to an agreement on this.
Was yesterday's good or not?
Hold on.
I thought it was great.
It's a terrifying topic.
I thought it was great.
But it's not even close to as awkward as the dead dog one we had the other day. That one was the wildest.
They all just started telling stories. And they're like, oh, we had to get the dog out of the pool, and it weighed way more. And I was like, oh, my God.
What?
We're going to get to Reddit. I promise.
If Bobby would have been on that one, he would have been in his element.
Man. Can we agree on this as a society?
No.
You're probably right.
Everybody wants to save the world. Everybody just has different ways to do it.
Okay. I'm hoping we could all come together on this.
Fears for fears.
Save it.
Everybody is sitting in traffic at a light.
Right.
Okay? Let's say you're even fourth back in the traffic. The 3 cars in front of you go.
But you're on your phone looking down.
Exactly.
And you don't go.
Exactly. And then the person behind you honks. Don't look at them. Don't think about flipping them off. Accept that you are in the wrong and move about your way and take your thumb out of your ass and get moving.
Oh, hey. You just wave and say, all right, you're right. Move on.
Yes, that's acceptable.
Yes.
Move on.
Do people not do that?
No.
How many road rage issues do you get in per month?
Or parking lot rage here at the station.
That's why he doesn't drive when we go out of town.
That one definitely happened.
I don't want to deal with that.
That person almost hit my car.
Do you honk as much as Bobby per week?
Yeah, I think you gave your answer, and I don't think you're in the wrong there. And I don't
He is definitely in the wrong.
No, you're not. That's what your horn is for. That person is creating traffic. All right, that person. They are. That person, by slowing down, you're getting less people through the light. You're creating more traffic on the street.
For that instance, is fine. If you agree with Bobby's amount of horn honking, you're an over excessive
10 to 15 a week.
No, that's fine.
Wow, 10 to 15 a week.
That's like 1.5 a day. Have you seen people driving around here?
You have to at least do an accidental horn 4 times a week to get 10 or 15.
He had to break that down to say 1.5. Like it took me like a minute
to get 15. That's more than 2 a day.
No, that's on the high end. On the low end, we get to 1.5, and they don't have to be like in your face, giant.
Here's just like beep. Look out there. Look out that window right now. Look at how many cars are there stacked up. Know how bad drivers are in general. You don't think it's reasonable to think I'm going to encounter one idiot trying to do something dumb?
I don't know if this will factor into your discussion. I also honk at people who speed through the school zone.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Dude, this is my favorite thing. When you see the guy that's coming up behind everybody and he's going fast and he's wild and he's changing lanes and everything.
Yeah.
When everybody kind of makes this general, we're gonna keep that guy behind us. When everybody's kind of on the same, like, look, he's being a jerk, and it's not on the highway. Highway, move over, let people fly by. I'm talking about like residential roads where there's 3 lanes or something like that. That's where I'm always like, yeah, I'm okay with you being behind me for the next 7 stop signs. I'm okay with that. Go ahead and ask your question, Bobby.
Okay, so ask Reddit. The question we had today.
In like twice.
Sorry, I kept cutting off.
No.
All right. I keep doing that too. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Choppy, I'm so sorry that I keep cutting you off, man.
I can't.
I didn't mean to do that. I don't carry a gun in my car. I can't honk as much as you guys do.
That's true.
You carry a gun in your car, you can honk all day. I don't carry a gun in my car, so
I don't either.
I got I'm like a 2-honker.
You carry
thing.
2 guns.
Yeah, he carries
baby.
those fists of fury. All right, you get paired with 100 random humans.
Okay.
If you're better than all of them at something, you get $1 billion. What are you choosing?
Is it math?
Yeah. Just hope there's not like a certified accountant in the group, and then
right.
Yeah, it's math or planning. I feel like
planning.
I love to plan. I planned our wedding. Well, not you and my wedding, but me and Jess's wedding. That sounded weird.
How do you judge that? Like, how do you have a
like
planning
Sean's answer was like being able to like generate and maintain conversation among a group. Like that's the thing. You're just however it gets graded, it gets graded.
It's
But
your
what do you
specialty.
think? Yeah,
You believe it's your specialty.
being a dad?
Oh
man, wow. Loving my kids.
Because at least some of those people aren't going to be dads.
Sexing my wife.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh.
I'm
Knuckle
really
balls.
good at that, yeah.
How would you compare that
To other people that have done
Uh-huh.
it? I have a clue.
Would your ew?
Wow.
Oh no. We went too far for Bobby.
Bobby just coughed up his colon. Jeez.
That's that's the whole left lung right there.
That has to do with yesterday's crosstalk.
Yeah, a little. Oh my.
Just tell us what happened yesterday, for the love of God, please.
Hey,
Nobody wants it. Nobody wants it.
have you ever seen the movie The Human Centipede?
Ew.
I know the movie.
I know about it. I've
No,
not seen it.
okay.
Never seen it.
Are you familiar with the concept?
Not really.
You're all sewn together.
Now he has to draw you a
Sewn
diagram.
together,
Mouth to
yeah.
So
Okay.
we were talking about this off air, and my assertion was if you had to,
What's in that book? Is that your planning book?
That's his
and
that's his moleskin.
numbers and all kinds of stuff.
Shohei's bets.
I wish that guy always lost.
Can I just look through it?
No, you may not.
Oh.
Yeah, that's part. He's got people on his list. You're probably pretty high
Got a
up.
Jericho list.
Also, the way I
Got from
write
Northern
and the
Knights
way I
and
cross
should've
things
stayed.
out and try to overuse every sheet of paper probably makes you look like a crazy person. But look, if you're in a human centipede situation, it sucks.
I'm already grossed out by this.
But you'd rather be the number one position.
100%.
And then I think Dawson misunderstood how the positions worked, and he goes, I don't know about that. And he was like, let's talk about this on air. And that led to the conversation.
So that his
disgusting.
mouth would be sewn on someone's butt?
No.
Yes.
Well,
He changed his mind once he saw my drawing. And so I can draw it out for you as well if you need me
Yeah,
to.
let me see the book.
no, we don't need to.
That's not in the book.
We yeah.
What, you're grossed out by something?
This is disgusting.
It's terrible.
This is the most foul. Have you seen the video with 2 females and they're both using one
cup?
receptacle?
Oh
yeah,
my God.
that
This is my fault.
that
I'm sorry.
is
Listeners.
something that's an appetizer compared to what this is.
Literally.
Yeah, that's a wonderful treat. That's
Wait,
a dessert.
Is this centipede thing like an actual movie?
They made like 3 of them.
What? You're kidding me. I thought they finished after the first one.
No.
I thought it went straight to DVD, and they said throw those DVDs out.
Actually, I guess the first one actually made like a good bit of profit.
All right, here's another one we didn't get to in Ask Reddit. Brian brought us his favorite segment of the morning show. What family secret was finally spilled and came out?
Ooh. That's a good one.
You have a family secret?
Yeah. I knew. So I grew up in like good little Baptist family with 9 kids and bonnets on their heads, basically. And I remember when we started doing the math, when we were like 10. We were like, why was my oldest sister born 6 months after their wedding? And then we found out, oh, shotgun wedding. So that was the one that came out when we were like 10. And we were like, our minds were blown.
Okay, the answer I'm going to give you is so dumb, but as a kid, this blew my mind. Is we had an Uncle Billy. We all called him Uncle Billy. And then I started watching the grown-ups would call him George. And then my mom just said, oh yeah, that's his name. And I could not wrap my brain around why they just changed his name. And then they told me a story about how he got the nickname because of his brothers and everything. But as a kid, I could get Bobby's is a way bigger deal. But as a kid, that blew my mind that they're like, yeah, that's not his name.
You know, we haven't had any. My family, they're like the mob. They keep everything. I have no idea why my dad got divorced from his first wife. I have no idea how my mom's sister died. She died at like 20. I have no idea.
How could you not know?
They just don't talk about it.
But
you
have
ask
ever
about
asked?
it?
No, it's not my place. I just never asked.
Not your place.
I just don't ask questions. Sean's asked questions. I don't ask questions. I don't care. It doesn't concern me. I don't really care.
Feels like it concerns you, but I get it. I'm kind of in the same place.
Like if they want to tell me, they'll tell me. Now my dad will never tell me, right? Because he doesn't talk anymore. But whatever.
I understand.
But I've never asked. And I think I did brush over my mom once about her sister, but she just says, "Nah, she just died. She won't talk about it." She won't even talk about it.
Well, I mean, you don't want to force her to talk about it. So.
No, I don't care.
I get that.
I've never met her, so she's not even like my aunt. So what do I know?
Do you think it's okay for, like, my brother doesn't know the reason that his current wife got divorced? Are you guys going to agree on that too? That you don't have to know that?
No, I definitely need to know.
No,
it's interesting.
I know. Like, did you cheat on him? What happened? Like,
did you kill him?
Did he cheat on you? Do I need to hate him?
They wouldn't get a divorce then if she killed him.
Did he
right?
kill himself?
Then again,
interesting.
They wouldn't have got a divorce.
Because I think a lot of people nowadays would say it's not your place to know.
I don't know. Those people would be idiots.
Well,
Yeah.
like you don't ask like your partner's number, body count.
I mean, I would ask my partner's body count.
Why
like,
did
if
your
I
last
needed to know?
Why did your last marriage fail before we get into a marriage is a pretty important question.
I don't think I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying like, there's a lot of people like today that would say it doesn't.
Then you don't marry that person.
Agreed.
Again, I don't disagree. I'm just saying like that's what a lot of people would say today.
Should have talked to my brother. 877-881-1053. What, Corey?
I'm just fascinated that I couldn't do it. I need to know at some point, like what's going on. If I'm going to spend my life with you, why are you so messed up?
Now, he could be lying to me.
Or why is that person so messed up?
He could be lying to me and not just wanting to tell me.
Yeah, he doesn't want to tell you.
Why she got divorced, but he says he doesn't know.
And you've like grilled him about why he doesn't know, right? Like, why would he not ask?
Have you ever talked to Sean? Have you ever heard him do an interview? Of course he grilled him.
But yeah, like you guys are Stephen Jones today. But that would bother me just as much. I would badger my dad till he told me why he got divorced.
Fascinating.
Or the other, what was your other family thing?
Why my mom's sister died. My mom's sister passed away.
Now, if she breaks down and she's crying, like she's just too emotional for her, you let it go. But otherwise,
would you do that if Steven started to cry? Would you be like, all right, I'll let it go?
No, I'd be like, now you know how we feel in the off season.
Awesome.
But Steven,
I'll work on
as
that.
Bobby's pointed out, Steven has been like the winner of the off season microphone, right, Bobby?
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean there've been a couple
Jerry?
No, like I mean when Steven's out there saying like
there had to be a winner.
Fans like have every right not to believe what we think about our process because the results haven't been there. I think that's fair. For him to say we believe in our process, but I don't fault you if you don't because we haven't done it.
All right, we'll let you guys get to it then. We're going to go out in the chaos and use our horns and dodge the
Do you
rain.
ever honk your horn?
Hey, can you just save that for best
even
piece
sure
of the
if I
week?
have a
I think
horn.
that's going to be.
What?
I think it's going to be a winner.
I honk it, but it's very. I honk it only at stoplights or if somebody like cuts me off or something like that, and I really got to lay into it.
Yeah, me and RJ, we're both. He's coming to my house right now. We're having showtime.
Yeah, we don't get invited to your house.
Yeah, what's up with that, man?
I don't even want to hear.
Haven't you invited us over to any of the housewarming parties yet?
Are you good with copperheads?
Yeah,
That's
Told
what
you.
RJ's coming to parole my yard. Parole.
Parole?
Parole.
All right, Snake, you're free.
You're gonna do
You're
it.
done your
Parole.
time.
You know what? I'm going to stop talking. KNC is up next on The Fan.
Hey, Miss.
K&C Style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a short show the next several days. We'll be rolling into Rangers baseball with pregame at 11:30, kicking off first pitch at about 12:10. So let's get to it. Cut number one. If you like offense, this might not have been the game for you, but this still happened.
So here's Semien now with the bases loaded and nobody out. 0-0 the score. Pitch to Marcus, his bounce deep in the hole at short. Baez has it to second for one, on to first, not in time. Heim scores. Semien safe at first on the fielder's choice. He picks up his 15th RBI, and the Rangers strike first and lead 1-0.
Corey, I told you there wasn't a lot of offense, so even when we scored a run, you had to expect that it came attached to an out. The Rangers do win 1-0. We can talk about that play. We can talk about Michael Lorenzen if you want. I would love to also talk about the new look bullpen or the reshuffled bullpen.
Before we go there, I do want to talk about that run real quick. How important is a leadoff double? Because you got a ground ball to score your run there because the leadoff double put you in position to have somebody score.
Okay, this is where I struggle sometimes. Because a leadoff double is great, but I also think there is now no excuse for you not scoring the run.
Yeah.
But I think...
ask Boach. How many different ways are there to get that runner to third base and then home?
And I always think about it from the small ball perspective, which is probably not good if you want to have big innings, because I'm like, hey, if you can just drop a sac bunt, that runner gets to third, hit a sacrifice fly, you're guaranteed to score. I realize that takes out that some players aren't going to do that, or strikeouts, or whatever else.
Well, I mean, just add to that the ability to drive it opposite field, and now your guy moves from second to third. You don't have to drop a bunt. Maybe you get a base hit out of that.
Yeah,
and so maybe it's
that would be preferred.
Maybe it's not small ball. Maybe it's medium ball. There, big ball is hitting bombs, right? Like that's what we consider big ball. Small ball.
We don't do that.
Manufacturing a run in the smallest form and also probably giving something up. Medium ball is what the Rangers excelled at whenever they weren't hitting the long ball. Last year, whenever they didn't hit home runs, which was very infrequent, when they didn't hit home runs, they were able to move runners around, and that's an important factor there. That's for sure.
Especially since early on in the season, the Rangers haven't put up as many runs. They clearly have had fewer home runs, but they get the win. They close it out with cut number 3 because it was 1-0. This game was in the balance all evening.
The 1-1. This ball is popped up into shallow center field. Semien out. Taveras in. Semien has it, and that'll do it. Kirby Yates has a 1-2-3 bottom of the ninth. He notches his first save of the season, and the Rangers record their first shutout victory in 2024. 1-0 the final.
His was beautiful. Like, that inning was absolutely gorgeous. 8 pitches. And
that'll work.
And not a single strikeout amongst that. Now, Dave Robertson, he was trying to strike out everybody. He did get the punch out.
Are you already casual with him? You can call him Dave?
Yeah, old Dave.
Okay.
David, yeah, because I need to differentiate between him and the Dodgers coach. But he was really trying to get the strikeout on that last one for sure. That was kind of a struggle inning, but they were able to get the job done ultimately, keep a run off the board, and he goes after the last batter in that one, and it took a minute, but you could see there was a moment, Kevin, where he threw a pitch, and he kind of had to reset the sequencing because you could hear Mike talking about it a little bit too. He's going up, he's doing all these different things to set up, and they kind of got out of sequence. And then Jonah Heim called a certain pitch. They fouled it off, and Jonah Heim's shaking his head yes.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, we got him where we want him now. And then they set him up with the pitch that was an absolutely perfect pitch to get out of the 8th inning there. But Kirby Yates was great, man. Are you talking about Leclerc's role more than anything else, though?
Actually, not necessarily just that. That is a huge deal, but just moving Robertson and Yates from 7-8 to 8-9, that also has major implications. It also has potential future pay implications, I'm sure. But Leclerc did a really good job in what was still a high-pressure situation.
Because there's only one run.
I mean, yeah, and I realized it was now just the 6th and 7th inning, but it wasn't 5-0. If you'd have rolled in there 5-0 and punched out a couple of people, given up one hit, I would have been like, that's about on brand for him because in lower pressure situations, he does really well. But if you look at the combination of the bullpen plus your brand new starter yesterday, I feel like there's a lot to be positive about.
I will add this. There's something about Leclerc that I want to see him not feel like he has to do it all. And that is,
you think he thinks that?
I do think that he thinks he has to go out there and show his worth by striking everybody out and making these perfect pitches. When in reality, he just needs to stay in the spaces that allow him to get them to put the ball in play. And you have a really good defense behind you. You have a very good defense behind you. Now they've had some sloppy moments this year. But whenever this team is playing at its best level, they play exceptional defense. And I would like to see him trust that just a little bit more, because as much as I think Leclerc has the stuff to be able to do it, when he trusts his fastball and then get you with all the other stuff, that's when he's at his best. But I think I can just get him comfortable again. Maybe these other 6th and 7th innings are a great opportunity to do that. Get him comfortable with letting the guys to do the work behind him.
And my guess would still be at some point he'll get another opportunity to close. I don't mean as a one-off. Like, I kind of think he'll
out
get
of necessity or out of it's an earned right.
That I'm not sure about. That's a great question. But Bochy made a lot of sense yesterday because he was asked, "Oh, is this your new closer?"
Happy birthday, Boch, by the way.
Oh,
he's turning the old 69 today.
Nice. Bochy said after the game, "We're going to keep the closer role open." But then he followed up, "But I think the way Yates is throwing the ball right now, we kind of like where it's at." And that does make sense, not to be like, "Hey, Leclerc, you're out. Here's our new closer." But at the same point, Kirby Yates has thrown 6 innings as a Ranger, given up no runs, and I believe only 1 hit.
Okay, well, let's take this into consideration too. Every single guy in that clubhouse knows that when you're performing good, he'll get you in games.
Sure.
When you're performing good,
True.
He will put you in the best situations for you to win for them because you're performing good. That's all. That's the reality. I mean, look at Will Smith last year in Leclerc. It was, Will Smith, you're the guy. And then they had a necessity, and Leclerc happened to finally find it for a little bit. Leclerc had some up and down moments in the second half of the season where you could see the confidence, and he had longer stretches of it. But everything about Bruce Bochy is, I'm going to go with whoever the hot hand is.
Right.
And I think that's a blessing to players to know that if they're performing well, they'll get those opportunities. The Jankowskis, those other guys too, they know if they go up to the plate and they keep doing it, they're going to get those opportunities to perform in big moments. So that's a really good quality about Bochy, is that you know what you're going to get. And if Leclerc is performing good and they have a need for it, Bochy will go right to him and say, "All right, it's your turn to take it on." And if you can't handle it, he'll move very quickly from you.
What did we all think about the performance of Michael Lorenzen? Because on the one hand, I get it. If you just
masterful.
Okay.
What?
Look, if you walk away from the game, you threw 5 innings, especially in your first big league start of the season, and you give up no runs, I understand that answer.
All I needed.
On the other hand, lot of walks out there, a lot of jams he needed to get out of, which he did. But do you look at it more from the, hey, we'll work on that, he helped us win?
Yeah, he got you a win. He helped you get a win. He has things he still has to work on. I mean, just look at, he's a month behind, 2 months behind most of these guys anyway. So he wasn't coming in. He's probably not complete comfort with his velocity right now, and probably not complete comfort with his control, and probably, Kevin, even still trying to learn the Mike Maddox approach,
right?
And trying to get that and understand exactly what he's trying to accomplish there. He's still learning Jonah Heim. So there's a lot of work and trust that he still has to go through.
And the umpires still don't like Jonah Heim.
Yeah, that's going to be a thing for the.
I thought that was probably a fair call.
Yeah.
On catcher's interference, right?
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense there. But and that's just going to be. Jonah Heim is involved in every important play for the Rangers, it feels like. Every important play, whether it's good or bad, it's Jonah Heim there.
So Michael Lorenzen gets the start, gets the win. The reshuffled bullpen looks really good. The Rangers, of course, are still in first place. And do you want me to give you one more bit of big news? Good news.
Sure.
Could be big news. Max Scherzer yesterday was back in the stadium where he won his first Cy Young Award. He faced hitters for the first time since his off-season back surgery.
All right.
So he had a 25-pitch live bullpen session before the series opener. And last week, he pitched as well in a 30-pitch session, I do believe it was. And so you're continuing on that track. We are continuing on this track of sometime in May, with it looking more and more like it could be the first 2 weeks of May, as opposed to, hey, we got to squeeze this in at Memorial Day or whatever the case is. So that feels like a really positive thing as well.
We're amazed at where he's at this point. That line from Bruce Bochy, we're amazed at where he is at this point, stands out to me a lot, because that means that I need to wait a little longer. To me, Max Scherzer might be superhuman, dude. He might be a mutant. All right, he might really be a mutant, but I don't want to rush it. I don't want to push it. I'm going to need him for bigger parts of the season. Kevin, if he's like, hey, I'm ready today, that's Max Scherzer telling me I'm ready.
Sure,
he's going to say that, but I'm going to give him a little bit more time. I know, like, we were thinking June. Are you trying to rush him into May right now? Are you trying to do that, or is that?
Yeah.
Is that Max Scherzer?
Because I think he'll be up for the challenge. Actually, I don't think there's anybody that can dictate this to Max Scherzer. Like, if he says, I'm ready to go on Mace, I would love to see even a verbal battle between Max Scherzer and Bruce Bochy. Because it's like, come on, I'm ready. Well, sir. You know, and like you'll get like a very
calm down there just a little bit.
I think it would be a phenomenal discussion. But the positive is you get another step, and he's getting closer and closer to coming back.
He's pushed it. Not to the point where I think we're risking. Okay, I'm comfortable with that. As long as that's what Bochy's telling me, I trust it. And I'm not exactly sure why I just trust Bochy so much. Maybe it's because he got the Rangers their first ever World Series.
You're damn right. So trust him when he just gave Wyatt Langford and Corey Seager the day off. He said no.
They probably needed
concerns there. But also, this was a really cool
Go
story.
run around Detroit, kids. Y'all have some fun.
Yeah, that's where I really want to party. Where's 8 Mile? So the World Series champions, I thought this was really cool. The Diamondbacks did this as well. Did you see the story that Bob Nightingale put out that said the Rangers made sure that the clubhouse attendance got a postseason share?
Yeah,
as well?
I did see that. I think you said the Diamondbacks too.
Yes,
yeah,
they did.
I mean, that's significant. That's a significant amount of money. Life-changing is the line that I saw.
$505,263. And
I'd blow it all on the first day. First day, I'd just be like, yeah, whatever I see. I'm impulse buy guy, all right? So I'm probably going to get a chainsaw. I'm probably going to get my ears pierced like Alec, because now I'm jealous. He has his. I have $500,000. I need to do this.
I don't know how much you think things cost, but you still have a lot of money to burn.
Oh, I got plenty of time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing all this stuff very quickly, Kevin. I'm going to a mall. You get everything done at the mall.
What year? Oh, this year? By the way, you'd be disappointed to know that a lot of the clubhouse attendants said they paid off their house. So
that's a great idea.
What you just said?
I do that too. I would do that. I would do that immediately.
Okay.
And then I still have some money left over.
That's true.
I do not have a $500,000 home.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Stars will not get the President's Trophy, but you do get the play-in tournament. How much will you watch? Plus, I know some people don't like it, but Caitlin Clark fever grows again. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Gets it back without a lane. Broken up by Larson. Heiskanen wraps it around and scores! 3-0 Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to talk about the Stars, I promise, in this segment. However, in the break, we got news from both Bruce Bochy and Mike Bassick that Jack Leiter, the former number 2 pick in the draft for the Texas Rangers, will make the start on Thursday against Detroit. By the way, you can hear that game at 12:10, just like today and tomorrow, right here on 105.3 The Fan. So Jack Leiter gets the start on Thursday for the Rangers.
Congratulations to him, man. Very excited about it. That should be a very highly anticipated game.
Oh, yeah.
By all means,
Yeah.
that should be the one that everybody's getting ready to.
You think more hype on that than if Heaney was starting?
Oh, for sure. I'm just trying to figure out, though, was Wyatt Langford's, I guess that was opening day, so there couldn't be any more hype around it. But and a lot of it was taken off of, because it was opening day, a lot of the that hype was taken off.
Opening day hype versus just Langford hype.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember, Carter, our Carter was there too, being at that Frisco Rough Riders game, his first debut there when he was drafted. That place was packed. I mean, it felt like it was standing room only, dude. So and it's not going to be the same vibe there in Detroit because nobody's going to care as much there. So I'm interested to see how this turns out.
One of the biggest things that has gotten Jack Leiter up to the big leagues, and yes, I understand the counter argument can be struggles with starting pitchers, whether it's Heaney or Gray to start the season. But I'm telling you, there is another thing at play here. You go back to Jack Leiter's run in Frisco in 2022. 92 2/3 innings pitched with 56 walks. You look at last year.
A lot.
Yes. Split between Frisco and Round Rock. 85 innings, 49 walks. We talked about this a lot during spring training, and I know it's only been a couple of starts, but take a look at Round Rock production this season. 14 1/3 innings, 3 walks. That was the biggest thing that we talk about, what you work on in spring training all the time. Jack Leiter, I have no doubt, wanted to make the team breaking camp, but how is your control and fastball placement working? It's looked a lot better, so that is getting him to the show.
I also wonder something else. Maybe it was the transition to professional baseball from college, and that was that big of a difference. But I also wonder, whenever your team just won a championship and you're still kind of way down on the pecking order there, how much that changes your approach to everything. Are you like, okay, if I want to be part of this and there's a reality that I can be because they like me in the organization, I really have to work on things. I got to be better. Every time I take the mound, it's a different appeal.
See, I think about that across the board for the Rangers, right? Like, let's just use, I feel bad about doing this, but it's just where we're at. Foscue and Wenzel.
Okay.
They could see it passing them by.
Yes.
And unfortunately for Foscue, once he makes it up, then he gets hurt, and obviously now they moved him to the 60-day injured list. So that is a very unfortunate situation for him.
For sure.
But Foscue and Wenzel, they could see the success of like Josh Young, who obviously one of them shared the draft class with him, and say, this thing is passing me by because he not only is a starter, he was a starter for the World Series champion, and I'm still sitting here in the minor leagues. I wonder if Leiter looked at some of his contemporaries from the draft a couple of years ago and was like, they're already starting. Or he can look at the Rangers and be like, they don't need me because they won the World Series just fine without me. By the way, Jack, we do need you. I'm really looking forward to Thursday, and I hope you're awesome for many, many years. But you can see how he might have that idea of, They just won the World Series. They don't need me.
Well, and if maybe, again, this is the other side of that. Hopefully this isn't the situation. If he's unhappy with the situation and he's still performing, he's valuable to somebody. If he's not performing well, he's not valuable to anybody in the league. So if he could be valuable to the Rangers as a trade asset, or maybe he could be a valuable asset for them as a starter for the next 10 years.
And that's what I think. I love the idea of you don't like where you're at in life, and it motivates you to do better or whatever the case might be. And that feels like where we are with Jack Leiter. We'll see how it goes on Thursday, and hopefully 5 days after that, 5 days after that, and on for the next, like you said, 10 years. But
every 5 days for the rest of his life.
Well, there will be off days and off seasons. So
no days off is what I was told.
Oh, well, I mean, the Rangers are in the midst of that stretch right now where they have no days off until I think the 22nd, I want to say. But he will get some time off. And we talked about this. This doesn't necessarily mean Heaney is out. Jared had talked about, we'll talk with him more at about 11:15. Jared had talked about kind of bringing somebody up to create that extra day of rest that you might normally get with an off day. So I don't know. This could be a one-off. It could be all dependent on results. And they're like, we'll decide once this all happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
But exciting news. Now, for some people, we played the Stars highlight. It might be exciting news for them. I am not one of those people. However, with the results last night and the New York Rangers winning, the Dallas Stars will not get the President's Trophy. Corey, how are you feeling about this? And people, 877-881-1053, how are we feeling about this?
Screw that. I didn't even want the trophy, man. Like, who wants a trophy that isn't the cup? I mean, I guess it's kind of cool to have both. Yeah. But I really want the cup more because,
sure,
Kevin, we've been discussing this with the Rangers. We get to scoreboard everybody.
True.
No matter what, all offseason because we have that trophy. But if you just have the President's Trophy, it's no big deal. I wanted it. It would have been nice for them to have that, but that was actually, it's kind of out of their control that New York, like that, down to this last moment, was New York had that control.
Yeah.
So they could do it. But, here we are. They got another game. Unfortunately, you can't just roll out a whole new B team on Wednesday night for the Stars and say, all right, y'all go out there and nobody's going to get injured. You still got to go out there and play. But I'm not too upset about it by any means.
Okay.
Because I think the Stars can still run through these playoffs and destroy some people.
No, I definitely agree with that. And I know there's probably actually more people are excited that they won't get it because they're like, hey, look at the last 11 years. Look at the playoff history. I just told you, look at the Stars history. The 2 times they won it, they went to the Western Conference Final. And the last time they won it, they did win the Stanley Cup. So I thought it would be great.
But that was that team, Kevin. This is this team. They're writing a different chapter to the Stars story.
I agree. I'm going to assume sarcasm now from the 817. Season's over. Scrap it. Better luck next year, Stars.
No, that's not. No, I will not assume.
Pretty sure they're being sarcastic.
No, they're not being sarcastic. They're being for real.
Okay, I don't.
That's Mike that just texted. You know how Mike goes back and forth with his feelings?
Yes, that really does sound like Mike. And by the way, you talked about if the Stars can field a B team or not tomorrow. Maybe. It depends on what Vancouver does
Or go
tonight.
with the emergency goalie.
No, okay, I hope this isn't rude, but I mean like Wedgwood. He's part of the B team. A valuable part of the B team.
If he gets hurt, then what?
Well, then you got to get the insurance agent who hangs out at the arena for just this situation.
Yeah.
I need to see Ottinger out there. But if Vancouver doesn't win tonight, then you'll clinch the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. And considering there is no play-in tournament for the NHL, you have a quick turnaround to start the playoffs.
Do we have confirmation, Kevin, on if the New York Rangers, because they have the cup, or the President's Trophy.
True.
And the history says they get knocked out in the first round.
Also true.
Would that give the Stars home ice?
Yes. Yes, it would.
Oh, do we have a topic on that already?
No, I'm agreeing with you.
So this is actually better. When the Stars,
no, it's not.
When the Stars win the President's Trophy, we win it all, or get to the conference finals. When everybody else wins the President's Trophy, they get booted. If the Stars get home ice in the Cup, or in the Stanley Cup final, then this is a positive thing. This is a good thing because the Rangers are going to get booted.
And by the way, in case you were curious, because I was, the logic of what you think the tiebreaker should be in the NHL, they're like, you know what? Whenever people zig, we're going to zag. So
it is weird.
Because basically, if the Stars lose, they would be 51-22-9 with 111 points. If Vancouver wins their last two, 51-22-9 with 111 points. The first tiebreaker is regulation wins. My rough count, and even if I'm off, let's give me a margin of error of 1. It was Vancouver with 43 regulation wins and Dallas with 40 regulation wins. So in this worst case scenario, Dallas could still potentially not get home ice in the Western Conference Final if they made it that far, but they're still in a great position. And you're right. If the Rangers lose, you have an excellent opportunity to have home ice in the Stanley Cup Final.
And let's add one other thing, Kevin, here. I kind of want the New York Rangers to play pretty deep into the playoffs because I did find that when the New York Rangers win, the Texas Rangers typically also win as well. Their records on the same nights that they've played is 5-1 when the New York Rangers and the Texas Rangers play on the same day. There are 3 days in this year that they did not play on the same day, but the record is 5-1-3 overall since the Rangers season has started when the New York Rangers play as well.
Okay.
So if they play extensively and win in the playoffs, then we'll have lots of Rangers wins to go along with it. Don't you want lots of Rangers wins, Kevin?
Yes, I do. And we're going to tackle this tomorrow. I'm much more excited that the Kings lost last night so Vegas can pass them. I don't want to play Vegas in round 1.
Nobody does.
Man, I'm telling you, in Vegas the night before, they had an incredible comeback. They were down 3-0, I'm pretty sure, in the third period, and they picked up 2 wins. So, yes, the Stars have been great against the Kings this year. That is also the first round matchup I would like. We'll discuss that more tomorrow.
All right.
That work for you?
I guess.
Oh, no. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys COO Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G.
To you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Again, double play, saving grace here.
And here's a bouncer left side. Smith has it. Underhands to Simeon for one. On to first. And they get them both. Canna bounces into the 6-4-3 double play. Third such double play in as many innings for the Rangers defense.
Jared Sandler predicting the future a little bit right there as the Rangers defeat the Tigers 1-0. We will see the rest of our time to Rangers-Tigers starting at 11:30 with a pregame, 12:10 first pitch right here on 105.3 The Fan. And if you missed the big Rangers news of the day thus far, and that's why you always got to turn it on, leave it on, Jack Leiter, per Bruce Bochy and Mike Bassick, if you need his second source, will be making the start for the Rangers on Thursday. So I think we're all very jazzed about that. We're going to talk with Stephen Jones in just a couple minutes, but in the meantime, can you fire off cut number 4 for me? I know some people get upset about this, but it felt like a big deal yesterday.
With the first pick in the 2024 WNBA draft, the Indiana Fever select Caitlin Clark, University of Iowa.
Now, the popularity of Caitlin Clark was on display within an hour of her being drafted by the Indiana Fever. All of her jerseys in extra small, medium, large, extra large, and double XL were sold out. Now, the fascinating part about that is that's a lot of jerseys, but also what happened to just the regular small people. So extra small, medium, large, extra large, double XL, all sold out within an hour. Small, still available.
Extra small, do you think that's for the kids? You think that's parents buying them for the kids? Or do they have youth? Do they have
That's
youth
an
versions?
intriguing aspect.
How many Caitlin Clark onesies do you think got sold out there? You think Woolchuck's got a Caitlin Clark onesie on order right now?
I do not
Smart
want
decision on his
to
part.
rule that out. I'll have to look into that.
I don't know if he's a Caitlin Clark supporter.
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay, and in the meantime, does this team get you hyped for the Olympics? This is the basketball team for the United States in the Olympics. So when you don't hear Luka's name, please do not be shocked. LeBron, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid, Anthony Davis, Devin Booker.
Oh, and Joel Embiid's played for Team America?
That's right.
Interesting.
Anthony Edwards, Jason Tatum, Drew Holiday, Bam Adebayo, Therese Halliburton, and Steve Kerr said they're going to, sorry, not Steve.
Oh, I was like, Steve Kerr's his back.
That was an awkward transition. Steve Kerr will be the coach, and they have said that it looks like they're going to leave one roster spot open for now, and they will make a later determination on that. So just throwing that out there.
So no Daniel Gafford, huh?
I know.
No Derek Lively.
That's your number one takeaway from that?
No Kyrie. No PJ Washington.
That's fair.
No no Omax.
Okay, I don't know.
No AJ Lawson on this team, huh?
What?
So they just hate the Mavs is what you're saying. You said don't freak out whenever you don't hear Luka's name. So I'm not freaking out about not hearing Luka's name. I'm freaking out about all the other guys that could potentially be on this team that aren't.
I know Daniel Gafford and Lively and PJ Washington have been great, but like you get it.
You know
right?
what? Here's what I hope. Here's what I hope now.
Oh no.
Now I hope Luka doesn't get the MVP. All right?
I mean, good news. He won't.
You see, hey, I just want everybody to know Kevin has hated Luka since day one.
How is that?
Well, you started out, you're like, top 173 player maybe at some point, and then like for years you just kept going after that. And then you take shots at his three-point percentage and his free throw percentage.
Guess what? It worked.
And so here's what I'm saying, Kevin. Here's all I'm saying is he doesn't win the MVP, and obviously we need to send him your thoughts.
He's not going to win.
None
He's
of
gonna
our
finish
guys.
Second.
Stop. Look, it's fine. It's fine. We have enough. We have enough that I can send over to Luka. Then you take all this snubbing of all of our other players on Team USA, and they just put that right there on their sleeve.
Did they?
They take that to the playoffs, baby. And then Luka's like, guess what? I didn't get MVP. I'm gonna get NBA Finals MVP. I'm gonna get Western Conference Finals MVP. I'll take all the MVPs from you. And
PJ Washington really put out that he's
PJ
not
Washington's
on the
be
team.
like, can't believe I didn't even my entire country didn't even want me to play for them. Guess what? I'm going to go out there. I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to dunk every time. Kevin, these games might end up being 140-0 every night based on how furious all these Mavericks are going to be about not getting their flowers. And I like it. I'm after this, man.
Okay, in the meantime,
Destroy Tour is what I'm going to call it.
They're all stewing on that until the
Dallas
weekend.
Destroy Tour.
The Milwaukee Bucks are preparing that they might not have Giannis to start their Eastern Conference playoff series against the Pacers. And then the play-in starts tonight. So a couple things to keep an eye out on. You know what? We're trying to cram as much content as possible into the show. So what if right now we kind of go around most of the NFL with a mini gridiron gravy? Let's start with Puka Nacua. He's getting into shape, but also throwing up to get into shape.
Bulimia?
No.
How's that?
It's from working really hard with Cooper Kupp. So Puka Nacua wanted to dive right in, get some work done with Cooper Kupp, and he said that he's thrown up on Cooper Kupp's lawn every day for a week while they've been training together. I didn't make the story. I'm just telling you that it happened.
First off, that's gross. All right?
Okay.
Go do that in a trash can somewhere, bro.
Uh-huh.
You got to run on that yard.
Uh-huh.
We all have to work on this yard. I can't just spray water down and all your puke's gone. All right? That's not going to happen like that.
Uh-huh.
Secondly, I appreciate the commitment. That's a lot of good work right there.
That's really
Thirdly, I've never enjoyed that.
All right.
At all.
Great insight. Thank you very much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, we bring to you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
We're doing pretty well, and I know we're going to talk about the draft quite a bit over the next 2 weeks, but usually we get a chance to catch up about the offseason in this first one. I am really curious, and I've heard some of your comments in the offseason. Is there any part of you that wished Jerry specifically wouldn't have said all in? Because that no, okay.
I think if you're not all in this league, you're all out. And I don't know of any of the 32 who aren't all in. And everybody can have their own definition of what that means. But I've never not known us to be all in, nor have I known anybody we compete against not to be all in. It's they have different strategies as to what that means. But at the end of the day, if you're not really all in trying to figure out how to put together a championship football team, then you shouldn't be in this league.
I definitely understand your point about different teams having different methods. For the Cowboys in the offseason, the different method that y'all went was spending by far the least amount of money in free agency. What would you say to the Cowboys fans who do not believe that y'all have spent this offseason building a championship roster?
Well, at the end of the day, you always can only, and we spend max money, year in and year out. All 32 can only spend the same amount of money over a 5-year stretch. And when we're all said and done, we max out our salary cap every year, and we will have done that. And what comes with having a good roster, which we do, and we also are looking towards signing our own guys. It doesn't mean it happens overnight, but when you're wanting to sign players like Dak and Micah and CeeDee, then that certainly you have to hold money back if you want to have a realistic chance at signing those guys.
Can you kind of walk me through that strategy then of the next part for this season's team? Is it going to be, hey, we're investing heavily in draft to make sure we have the roster filled?
Well, we just look forward to a great draft, and we've got a lot of good young football players that we feel like can step up. But we do have the draft coming up. We expect some good things to happen for us there in terms of where we may have some holes. And then, of course, as I said, player acquisitions 365 days a year. And we certainly expect that to be ongoing as well in terms of filling holes with players who aren't necessarily in the draft, but certainly understand where people are going to measure, whether you lose somebody or you replace them or don't replace them right then and there, then we understand that. But we certainly feel good about the direction we're headed. We like our roster. We like our football team. And right now we're focused on the draft, but we're also looking at other situations that could help our team out.
All right, Stephen Jones here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. What carries more weight this season, adding around Dak for another run or Dak carrying even more of the load?
Well, I think anytime, you have a great quarterback, that's part of what comes with, accountability when you certainly make the kind of money Dak's making. But he had a great year last year. He was, I think, number 2 in MVP voting. Had a great season. Unfortunately, we didn't play. We didn't do what we needed to do to beat the Packers, and so we've just got to continue, to figure out what's in the best interest of this football team in terms of making it better and giving it the best chance to have success in the playoffs. We understand completely until we go have success in the playoffs, there's going to be frustration. I mean, we've won, for 3 seasons, we've won 12 games, which is, I think, as much as anybody over a 3-year stretch. But we hadn't had success in the playoffs. And until that happens, we understand that we're going to be held accountable and people are going to look and have criticism.
You said you understand that y'all will be held accountable, and that definitely makes sense to me. Do you also feel accountable? Like you said, we'll be held accountable. Do you feel accountable?
I feel as accountable as anybody in terms of the success of this franchise. And, of course, we want to have one of the top, if not the top, franchise, in the country, if not the world. And I think, certainly I think we do in terms of what our brand's valued at. We certainly want to have more success on the field in terms of that part of it. But, as I said, we've had a lot of success during the regular season. We haven't had the success in the postseason. And we just, until we do that, we understand there'll be frustration. And I can tell you this, we'll be rolling up our sleeves and going to work.
When you talk about how the brand popularity and how successful the Cowboys are, do you get that sometimes, I'm not going to speak for other fans, sometimes people like me, I was born and raised in the Metroplex, when you pivot to we're the most popular team in the NFL, do you understand how sometimes that is frustrating for fans to hear because they don't really care about that part?
That's not what I just said. I said that's part of it. I said the other part is the success on the field. And we certainly expect to have that, and certainly know that that's what our fans expect to have. As I said, we've I think over the last 3 years we've won 36 games, but we hadn't had success in the playoffs. And we know until we do that, there's going to be frustration and certainly expectation to do better than that.
Stephen, is the concern at offensive line, like we've all been very concerned about it, is that overblown, or do you feel that is an area that needs to be addressed?
Well, we just think you have to continue to evolve as an offensive line, and certainly you hate to lose a player like Tyron Smith, who's going to, in my opinion, be a Hall of Famer. I think he's going to be wearing a yellow jacket, but at the same time, unfortunately, Tyron's had to miss a lot of games, and at some point you have to make those tough decisions. Certainly, you hate to, you hate to lose Tyler at center in terms of, what he had done for us. But at some point there, if you got to make a tough decision that we can, have him go to another team, and we can replace him hopefully, and have a center who's better. And we like the young guys that we've brought in here over the years. Not unlike Connor McGovern stepped up after being a backup, for 3 years. He stepped up and played really good at guard, and then got awarded a contract in Buffalo. We have guys like Waletzko and Awesome Richards, and young players that are on the come. T.J. Bass played really well for us last year. So obviously, they're guys that our fans aren't as acquainted with as much because they hadn't played as much. But we feel like they can step up, not unlike Tyler did as a rookie at center, and play really well.
I did hear Tyler say that he was playing guard this year, and I was kind of curious if that. We're trying to figure that, juggling act out. Do you guys see a tackle with your first pick in the draft that you're like, we feel comfortable at that spot that one of these guys could take over that tackle position, or is there more like, hey, we might feel more comfortable swinging Tyler out there?
Well, versatility is a huge thing, and that's what Tyler Smith brings to the table, the fact that he can swing out there, and if we feel like there's a better fit at guard or center, and knowing that we have a player like T.J. Bass there, then we can look at it. And as I said, we like Waletzko. He's had a couple of things injury-wise, and we hadn't necessarily needed him. And same goes for Awesome Richards. We feel like we got some answers there at tackle. I think the bigger thing is we've got a young player in Hoffman there at center, but there's some guys that we may give a chance there to snap the ball. It's not out of the question that T.J. Bass gets reps at the center position. So all these things will work into our strategy as we move forward.
All right. And then there was kind of a general consensus that Mozzie didn't quite live up to what we kind of wanted out of that spot. Do you feel like you can still draft at the one tech position despite having invested a first-round pick in that last year?
Well, first of all, he didn't play as much as we would have liked, and I think it was a learning process with him, learning what Dan wanted out of the defensive lineman. We knew when we drafted him out of Michigan, he was asked to play the one technique a little different than Dan likes to see it played. I think the way Zim's going to ask these guys to play is probably a little more in line with what he did at Michigan, but we feel really good about Mozzie. We happen to have some good veteran players, but that's one of the great things that happens when young guys get a chance to step up. Obviously Tolbert had a slow year his rookie year, but then stepped up and played really well, and we expect him to continue to grow as a receiver. It's not often that young guys get to step in and, play right away. It doesn't always happen that way, especially on playoff teams, but we feel really good about Mozzie.
Steven, I know we got some time constraints today, but we're going to get to talk to you again on Friday. Appreciate the time today and look forward to catching up with you again on Friday.
Thanks a lot.
There you go. Steven Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm not exactly sure how this is going to work. Perhaps a little bit more mini gridiron. We'll see next right here on The Fan.
Cowboys Nation.
105.3 The Fan, friendly programming reminder. You can always hit that radio rewind and listen to our interview with Stephen Jones. He'll be back on Friday, we think. No, I'm just kidding. He'll be back on Friday. I appreciate that whether he likes the questions or not, he answers them. Now, Corey, you did not care for
any of your questions, Kevin.
Puka Nakua story,
yeah.
But I can't take credit for that. I'm sorry. Whoever texted it in, you're a very, very smart person. Thank you very much. You ready to dive back into some mini gridiron gravy?
Sure, man.
All right, good. We have to make this quick. All right. This question was posed by Pro Football Focus. Which non-QB from the 2017 draft are you taking? And I really wanted some folks' opinions because immediately in the comments it was, if you don't pick this player, you're an idiot. And the next comment picked a different player and it's like, if you don't pick this player, you're an idiot. Here are my top 6 candidates.
All right, non-QB
from the 2017 NFL draft. Cooper Kupp.
Okay.
That was going to be my transition. George Kittle, TJ Watt, Christian McCaffrey, Alvin Kamara, and Myles Garrett. Question: can we cross Kittle and Kamara off the list? Because it's not them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Myles Garrett, Christian McCaffrey, TJ Watt, or Cooper Kupp. And I think Cooper Kupp might be
guess McCaffrey. Marlon Humphrey's been pretty damn good too, though.
He is not part of the conversation.
Yes, I'll go with McCaffrey.
Okay. 877-881-1053 if you want to throw it out there.
I don't give Myles Garrett enough credit.
What about TJ Watt?
Could have had him. Right?
Yes.
We took Taco?
Yeah. That didn't work out super awesome, did it?
Could have had Dalvin Cook, too.
Look, here's what I would like you to do, Corey.
Chris Godwin?
If you get
an
the
interception.
chance, if you get the chance, go back how many ever years you think is appropriate.
I know.
Give me an all Cowboys draft team that we could have taken, because I think that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Just have it in time for Friday. All right, let's go.
Kittle's pretty good, though.
He is. I just don't think he stacks up with the rest of those people,
gotcha.
right? All right, let's go from that to... I'm starting to really like D'Amico Ryans. I like D'Amico Ryans anyway.
Are you a Texans fan now?
I am not saying that.
Well, you asked those questions, it sounds like.
Shut up. But here's what I really like about D'Amico Ryans is because he was being asked yesterday, is like, oh, you guys got Diggs, blah, 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 how amazing it's going to be. This is what he said. Quote, "We don't care about expectations. Talk doesn't win games. We have to go out and play football when the time comes."
Facts.
I love that
1000%.
answer, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you can't get burnt out. You know, you have to go out there and you can't just talk. You can't just say the words. You have to prove it on the field. And that's where isn't that the feeling? They went and proved things last year, Kevin. They won playoff game. They won.
Yes.
They were good. And that's where a lot of the people get frustrated with. Look, man, I'm not quite in the same boat, I think, as you on Micah. I think you and I are in two different boats next to each other. All right.
But we both agree that he's amazing as a player.
So that's where I'm like, I'm still on this. I'll build around Micah because I think
I got it.
But Micah does have a tendency to say things, and then the team doesn't go full bore with him. And that's frustrating regarding the Cowboys. But yeah, D'Amico Ryans had a plan, dude. He was coaching an elite defense before he went to be the head coach. And he's taken that intensity straight to the Texans.
We've talked about the Rashee Rice and Teddy Knox accident quite a bit, especially since it had building. 2 of the crash victims are suing the 2 players, and they're seeking more than $1 million through the lawsuit per the Dallas Morning News. Just wanted to give you in addition to the criminal charges that we've talked about. The fact that Andy Reid said, yeah, he was taking part in the Zoom meetings yesterday. Now, civil lawsuit being filed against Rashee Rice as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas. You ready to talk to Jared Sandler?
Let's do it.
Next on The Fan.
Excuses.